Recording in progress.
Okay, we're good? Okay. Good evening, everybody. Before I get started, wanted to make a special announcement that Channel 15 is down right now, and it is out of our control. I do not know what it is, and our media team right now, they're on the phone with Comcast figuring that out. However, you can still access on YouTube, Zoom, or live in person. So you just can't see us on Channel 15. So with that said, good evening, everybody. I'd like to call this meeting to order. It is Tuesday, May 12th, 2026. This is a special city council meeting. We are in 2A, and it is 4:31 p.m. And if I may, if I can have Councilmember Goldstein, if we can kick this off by doing a pledge of allegiance.
Please stand if you're able. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Also, pursuant to Government Code Section 54953B, the meeting will include 2 teleconference locations. The agenda will be posted at each location, and members of the public will have an opportunity to address the City Council at each site. The first location is the Hyatt Place Chicago Downtown Hotel, 28 North Franklin Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60606. Councilmember Bonilla will participate teleconference in Chicago. Councilmember Bonilla, are you there?
Yes, I am, Mayor. And good afternoon, everybody.
I just wanted you to know that you came into us in stereo, and we're gonna fix that. And then, oh yeah, we don't need to do the second location, right? No. Yeah, because you're sitting right here next to me. Right. Okay, perfect. Okay. Next, let's see. Madam City Clerk, if you can please take roll.
Good evening. Councilmember Andrews.
Present.
Councilmember Bonilla Jr.
Present.
Councilmember Goldstein.
Present.
Councilmember Roach. Present. Councilmember Syrup.
Here.
Councilmember Cermeño. Mayor Salinas.
Present. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Next, I want to move on to, we have 2 very special presentations today. And I should also say that for those who are watching on television, we are in room 2A, and this is a budget work session, and it's a rather casual table. None of us are wearing ties, and typically, well, except for Councilmember Syrup, I always give him a bad time about it. He's not wearing a tie, but typically we are not dressed as casual as we are this evening. So I just wanted to make that. So today we're going to be honoring the National Police Week, and we also have a very special citizen that we are going to be acknowledging. So please don't take us not wearing a suit and tie as a sign of disrespect. So I just wanted to make that point. Our first presentation is to acknowledge National Police Week, which is May 10th through May 15th. And let's see. Oh, here it is. And what I'll do is I'll read a proclamation, and then we usually take a picture after the proclamation, and we can do one. Well, maybe we kind of huddle up over here in the front, but okay. I'll read the proclamation, and then we'll proceed. I also wanted to acknowledge with us today we have Chief Brian Matthews is here. We also have Captain Heather Lenteo here, and Captain Olson is here, and Captain Deplich. Did I say Deplovich? What I meant to say is Deplich is here, not Deplovich. And of course, Captain Javier is over there. I have a lot easier time saying Javier than Deplich. And of course, we also have Hayward police officers that are also present. Whereas in 1962, President John F. Kennedy signed Public Law 87-726, designating May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day, and the week in which May 15th falls as National Police Week. And whereas police officers throughout our country are dedicated citizens who commit their lives to protecting and serving families, businesses, neighborhoods, schools, and communities, and whereas each year between 150 and 200 peace officers across the nation are killed in the line of duty, making the ultimate sacrifice to the communities they protect, and whereas the city of Hayward owes a debt of gratitude to 5 brave police officers who have given the ultimate sacrifice in the course of their duties. George E. Vieira, shot September 16, 1929, while attempting to arrest an armed robber. Bobby L. McSpadden, killed August 4, 1972, while pursuing a wanted suspect. Robert J. Reed, strangled June 29, 1974, by a prisoner in the jail. Benjamin Worcester, stabbed March 25, 1987, during a struggle with a violent parolee. And Scott Lunger, shot July 22, 2015, during a traffic stop. And whereas members of the police department of the city of Hayward play an essential role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of people of Hayward. And whereas it is important that all persons of the Hayward community know and understand the problems, duties, and responsibilities of their police department, and that members of our police department recognize their duty to serve the people by safeguarding life and property, by protecting them against violence and disorder, and by protecting the innocent against deception and the weak against oppression or intimidation. And whereas the police department of the city of Hayward has grown to be a modern and scientific law enforcement agency which unceasingly provides a vital public service. Now, therefore, I, Mark Salinas, Mayor of the City of Hayward, and on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the week of May 10th, 2026 through May 16th, 2026 as National Police Week in the City of Hayward. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give our police department a big round of applause. Nice. Chief, I'll go up there and give this to you, and then we can all take a picture. How's that?
That way we can get Ray in the background. Leave a hole.
right, now we got a hot mic. Mayor and council, I just want to say thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to recognize National Police Week. This Friday is Peace Officer Memorial Day. It'll be recognized across the country where we remember and reflect on those who have made the ultimate sacrifice. It's always sobering to hear the names of our own who have fallen in the line of duty, including the ones that many of us here knew very, very personally. And our responsibility to them and to this community is to carry on the legacy of service, to do this job the right way, to be professional, dedicated, and to care for this community, and we're committed to doing that. I will say that this work is very, very challenging. It is dangerous. It's stressful. The people who are impacted by a line of duty death, it never leaves. And so to the extent that these men and women put on the badge and go out and take care of this community on a daily basis, I'm very, very proud of them, proud to lead them, proud to be a part of this noble profession. I just want to say thank you to everybody in the room from the PD. And thank you again for the recognition. Appreciate it. Thank you.
And not to diminish the event even, but we have an outstanding, individual that we are acknowledging today. We rarely get the opportunity to do this, and people like Pharaoh come to us once in a long, long time, and your heroism is certainly being recognized today. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have Councilmember Andrews, you can hold that up. Today we are acknowledging Pharaoh Brown Farlow, and I got this request some time ago, and I'm glad we were able to do it this week. And hold on, I want to make sure I cover everything. I guess that's where the highlight stops is where I stop. Okay, and let me just read what Pharaoh did, and it's just an incredible story when I was notified about this. But before you do anything, let me just read this. On October 8, 2025. Regina Brown was in her vehicle with her 11-year-old son, Pharaoh Brown Farlow, with her son, Pharaoh Brown Farlow. Regina and Pharaoh went through the Burger King drive-thru to get Pharaoh a bite to eat before his afternoon football practice. As Regina and Pharaoh exited the drive-thru, Regina noticed a male subject lift his shirt. Simultaneously, Pharaoh told his mom he has a gun. Regina quickly called HPD dispatch to have officers respond to the scene due to a threat to public safety. Regina used Pharaoh's assistance to provide a very detailed description of the subject. The description was of Hispanic male, a Hispanic male in his 30s, about 5'2", 5'3", tall, heavyset, with black hair and black beard, who was least seen wearing all tan clothing and was armed with a silver firearm. Pharaoh told his mom that he saw the subject from the silver firearm from his front right pocket of his pants to the front waistband of his pants, which Regina relayed to HPD dispatch. Hayward PD detectives promptly responded to the Burger King parking lot where they located the male subject, ultimately identified as Jaime Mejia Lopez, who precisely fit the description provided by Pharaoh and his mother. Before detectives could even exit their vehicle, the subject had a lengthy and violent criminal history, retrieved a firearm from his waistband, pointed it at detectives, and ran towards them, and ultimately led to an officer-involved shooting. Now, while we don't like to have these events happen and end like this, Mr. Lopez did survive, but I just wanted to acknowledge Pharaoh and his quick thinking and his immediate reaction to making this particular place, Burger King, and in this corner, a very safe place for others. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give Pharaoh a big round. Now for the whereases. Okay. Whereas Pharaoh Brown Farlow, an 11-year-old Hayward resident, showed tremendous courage in assisting his mother in reporting a potential danger. And whereas on October 8, 2025, Pharaoh and his mother, Regina Brown, were getting food at a Burger King drive-thru prior to Pharaoh's afternoon football practice. And whereas as they exited the drive-thru, Regina noticed a male subject lift his shirt. Pharaoh noticed the male subject had a gun, and Regina promptly contacted HPD dispatch. Whereas Pharaoh assisted his mother in providing HPD with a very detailed description of the subject, including current location of the firearm in the call. When Hayward Police Department personnel arrived at the scene, the subject, who later determined to have a lengthy and violent criminal history, retrieved the firearm from his waistband, and an altercation ensued. Officers then detained the subject and prevented any further danger to the community. And whereas in the following days, Pharaoh and his mother agreed to meet with the detectives to provide more descriptive statements to assist with positively identifying the subject who endangered the lives of numerous community members that day. Now, therefore, I, Mark Salinas, Mayor of the City of Hayward, and on behalf of the City Council, do hereby commend Pharaoh Brown Farlow for his tremendous courage, his situational awareness, and collaboration with the Hayward Police Department in assisting his mother in reporting potential danger and preventing larger incidents in the City of Hayward. Pharaoh, you are a hero today. Let's give Pharaoh a big round of applause.
All right, again, Mayor and Council, thank you so much for taking time to recognize Pharaoh and his heroic act. But Pharaoh's not done. We got something for him too. This is on behalf of the Investigations Division. I want to present Pharaoh with this plaque. It says, on behalf of the Hayward Police Department Investigations Division Bureau, in recognition of your outstanding courage and commendable actions displayed on October 8th, 2025. And this is another plaque that he'll be able to hang up in recognition of his actions. So I want to go ahead and give that to you. And just a brief comment before I turn it over to Pharaoh. He told me his speech is only 15 minutes, so we should be good. I will say that when we talk to community members about contributing to community safety, because we certainly can't be successful without partnerships with our community members, it is to be aware of your surroundings. And on that day, Pharaoh certainly was aware of his surroundings. And not only that, we tell people if you see something, you need to say something. And Pharaoh did that. He saw something and he said something. And not only that, he gave a pretty good darn description of what he saw that was relayed to our dispatch staff and to the officers that ultimately responded, who are here, by the way. The detectives that were involved in that incident are here. The investigators who did the investigation into that case are here. I will tell you just from the conversations that we've had in the building, they think the world of you. They think the world of your family. So, Mom, you're killing it. Good job. And Pharaoh, thank you so much for what you did, not only for the members of our community, but for the members of our department. We're proud of you. Thank you, bud.
Well, you don't have to say anything if you don't want to, but if you want to, the mic is yours. You earned it. No? Okay. I know. It can be overwhelming, but yeah, how about Ms. Brown? Would you like to say anything?
No, just that I'm proud of myself. See a man of few words. Yeah.
Good.
When he says something, I take it seriously. I'm like, wait a minute. That was more than 2 words. So definitely proud of you.
Great.
Well done.
And your story, Pharaoh, if you can imagine this, is even reaching the state of Illinois and Chicago. So Councilmember Bonilla is standing right behind you. there he is.
Congratulations. Congratulations, and thank you so much, Pharaoh.
Wonderful. Okay. You can stay for the rest of the meeting. We'll be here till midnight, Pharaoh. But we won't take it personal if you exit.
We should invite him to be a police explorer.
Yes. Have we signed him up for? Have we given him an application redeemable for 2045 or something? Yeah, and make sure, Captain Olson, make sure you guys get a picture with him outside. I think that would be, yeah. 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 Absolutely. Okay. All right. Thank you for that, and it's a great way to start a meeting. Next, I'd like to move on to public comment. Public comment today, since this is a special council meeting with the budget on the agenda, public comment is reserved for only items that are about items on the agenda. And so if you want to talk about anything else, come back to a later council meeting and you can do that then. But today we're only taking public comment regarding the budget. So I do have, is there anybody online? Let's go to, is it Nora Huntley?
Hello, my name is Nora Huntley. I am the union rep with SEIU 10 to 1, repping both the Hayward clerical and maintenance chapter. I just want to say we have collaborated with the city to ensure that we stabilize the city's budget. And 10 to 1 members are always going to fight to ensure that the city services are funded. We do look forward to the modernization of the business license tax, and we do support a model that definitely continues to foster economic activity and generate revenue for the city's essential city services. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I'll move on to, I do have two cards here. David Padilla.
Oh, there we go. Hi, good afternoon, council members. I am David Padilla with SEIU 10 to 1. Just as my colleague Nora mentioned, we're very excited to continue to collaborate with the city council, to make sure that we stabilize Hayward's city budget. It's a fight that we see in other jurisdictions where we have members, and so we want to continue to collaborate with you. We do think, however, that, while the modernization tax is a good step forward, we do think in our analysis with our union researchers, we have identified that there's a possible $7 million gap that could still be collected by the city to be able to fund these essential city services. We look forward to meeting with council members to share, just our perspective on that and sharing our presentation. And again, just wanted to state, we support the model to make sure that we incentivize greater economic activity, collect revenue, and really keep us on the path to be on the ballot for November. I think you all have laid out an excellent plan moving forward, but we just want to make sure that we collect as much revenue as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Teresa Resendez.
Hi, good evening, everyone. So this is kind of like a broad brush observation regarding the budget. So this is from data from the state of California, government compensation in California as of 2024. So just comparing Fremont to Hayward, at that time, Fremont's total compensation budget was $155.5 million. For Hayward, it was $148.7 million. So the spread is not very much. It's between 5 and 10% difference. And what I want to point out is the value of the homes in Fremont are significantly more than the value of the homes in Hayward. So they have a much higher tax base than we do. When we focus, and it's justifiable, but when we focus on, quote, just compensation for the workers, but we don't take into account the tax revenue that is coming in addition to, like I discussed before, not watching overtime as closely as we need to, we run into trouble. And we just want very desperately for Hayward to stay financially solvent going forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is online, Emily Wallace.
Hello, can you hear me? Am I muted?
No, we got you. We can hear you.
Okay, great. And so appreciate the opportunity to comment. As we look at the city's assessment of the upcoming budget cycle, we are very concerned about the ongoing 15% vacancy rate for Hayward's workforce. Over the last 2 years, you've asked our city workers to do more with less. You have downsized teams, you've eliminated city services, you've gutted our library, and you've taken back a 3% cost of living increase that our members bargained. We believe they deserve that wage increase. We've reviewed the business license tax model that the city's considering putting on the November ballot. We strongly agree and applaud this effort. We believe the city needs to modernize its business license tax. So we appreciate that the city is willing to take that step, but the proposed model leaves over $7 million on the table. City's model does not go far enough, and we urge City Council to adopt our recommendations on the business license tax measure that we provided to you earlier today. Primarily, chiefly, we believe a tax bracket should be added for companies that earn $50 million or more in gross receipts. As it stands, the city's proposed model will rely on smaller companies for the majority of its business license tax revenue. We believe Hayward's large companies should be paying their fair share. It's the right thing to do for our city workers, and the potential increase in BLT revenue is an opportunity to really course correct. This revenue is going to mean the city can start hiring additional employees, reopen our library, and ensure that our city's services and our workforce are fully funded for the long haul. So we urge you to adopt our recommendations on the business license tax model in order to capture that additional $7.7 million in annual revenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else online? No. And I do not, there's no one else online. I do not have any other cards. So what I'd like to do, I will close public comment and move on to our special work session, item 1, WS26-013. This is the City Council Budget Work Session. Review proposed fiscal year 2026-27 operating budget. And I believe our city manager will kick this off. Ms. Ott.
Great. Thank you, Mayor, council members. We're glad to be here. We've got a number of slides here and a number of speakers, and I'll go through a couple of the initial slides here. I just want to say before we get started, I want to say a big thank you to a number of folks. First and foremost, our finance team that over the last 3 months have essentially balanced 2 budgets, not only the budget for this fiscal year, but now this budget. And so a big thank you to the finance director, Deanna, and her team. But this was definitely a group effort and on a very short timeline and pulling all this together, given where we are financially. And so also really a big thank you to our executive team who are all here and their budget folks. So thank you to them. I'm going to try this. Does it work? The clicker, Miriam, or should I? Okay, I'll just signal to you. It should work.
No. Is it on?
Details, okay. Nope. All right, well, why don't you just keep going to the next slide? I'll just say next slide, it's fine. So we have, first I'm gonna provide a budget context because I think a lot of council and community are hearing there's other cities that are experiencing this. We wanna just contextualize what's happening, and we'll go into a little bit of that, but then also do a recap since February 28th when we had a work session before. What have we done? What's changed?
Sorry, you gotta point it over there. Point it out there.
Yes, okay. And then we'll go through our recommended budget, talk about the future, what it holds. We've done some projections, updated those projections, and then we'll have department heads walk through their slides, and we'll talk a little bit more about this, but really less focused on, we're gonna focus a little bit more on service impacts and what they're experiencing, so you get a little more of a understanding of where departments are, given where we are financially, and then talk next steps. Did it? I put these slides in. I'm not going to spend much time, but just when we are thinking about what we're proposing, what we're doing, we are keeping in mind the council's strategic priorities. So these are our kind of guiding light, and we do think of these as we move forward. If we have scarce resources, what are our core services? What are we prioritizing? And we do look at this, and this is something that we think of as we move forward, as we propose our budget. I left this next slide in. Can you just change it, Fran? These are just a sample projects. I actually looked through these. Most of these projects we have accomplished. So for instance, beginning construction on La Vista Park. I just leave this in there. We're not going to talk about it, but you just want you to know, despite all the conversation about the budget, we are doing a lot of work, and there is a lot of work being done and a lot of accomplishments that are being made. So I just left that in there just so we are reminded of the projects that we are getting done and have gotten done this year. Next slide. So I also want to put this, I think there's questions from the council about what our core services are. And this just is a reminder of when we did our resident satisfaction survey, what the community's biggest concerns are, what their service priorities are. So you see here, fast emergency response, safe neighborhoods, safe and well-maintained streets, healthy local businesses, a clean and well-maintained city, and adequate preparation for disasters. So these are also things that we keep in mind as we move forward to really try to avoid some of those larger cuts and really try to maintain as many services as we can. So I think we talked about this when I was here in February, but I think worth reminding us what is causing Hayward's fiscal challenges. It was a number of things, in some ways a little bit of a perfect storm. But the biggest and what we're seeing throughout the region is a declining real estate market that is really driving, the cities depend on real estate driven tax revenues as our primary source of funding, both in terms of property tax, property transfer tax, and you actually see them have stagnated. Our overall revenues have stagnated a less 1% on average per year over the last 3 years. And just as kind of a counterpoint, when you look at our salary and benefit costs, our benefit costs over the last 3 years have actually gone up by 40%. So there's a real mismatch, and that's what's happened. And we'll show you a little more. But that real estate market decline and the stagnation of our revenues is probably the biggest contributor to what's causing our fiscal challenges. We do have rising personnel costs. There were contracts that were approved. I don't have to harp on that, but those costs and the personnel costs have also risen faster than our revenues. And then even with the workforce reductions, there are costs that are ongoing that we maintain that we have to continue to pay over time. And those costs are outpacing our revenues. We also had ARPA, which is the federal funding during COVID, that we increased staffing and programs that were dependent on those one-time funding, and those have expired. And so trying to really figure out how much we can afford after those funding sources that are gone. And then just to be honest and kind of acknowledge there were financial best practices that were not adhered to. And so just want to take accountability and honor, and say that. But some of the things, for instance, and you'll hear this, salary savings, we would every year have quite a bit of salary savings, and so we didn't necessarily budget for overtime or leave payouts because the salary savings would just kind of cancel out. But when those we just over time we weren't able to afford the increases in those, and really financial best practice of being budgeting those things and making sure we're holding ourselves accountable and monitoring those over time. And then we also, anytime you have leadership transitions and there's kind of a dilution of authority and responsibility, it just makes it harder to manage and address crises. And so you had all these things happening at once. And so I know we went over this before, but I think it's important to review again. And that did result in us experiencing about a $30 million deficit in fiscal year 24-25 that depleted our reserves. And that essentially, I believe, is our structural deficit going forward, is about $30 million. So that persists, and we'll talk more about how that factors in going forward. Oh, okay. I can do it. Nope, I can't. Just go back one. There we go. Okay. All right, so Mary, our assistant city manager, put these slides together. I think they really help understand. So this is what's occurring now. When you have the orange line is all of our general fund revenues. The blue line is our general fund expenses. The blue line is our ongoing revenues, meaning excluding our one-time expenses or short-time expenses. And then the yellow line are salary and benefits. And so you see with the ongoing revenues kind of stagnating, you see that difference between the orange and blue line really growing, or there's a difference. That is essentially our structural deficit. We also put on here just kind of the dotted yellow light or gray line, which is kind of 80% if you were to have as a benchmark 80% of our ongoing revenues and so you can see there's kind of this benchmark. Well, your salary and expenses should be around, our salary and benefits should be around that 80%. It's not set in stone, but something just kind of a benchmark to keep aware of. And so you can see that our salary and benefit costs are outpacing that 80% mark. So that's what's occurring. That is our current situation. Mary had a good idea of showing you what would happen if we'd actually seen a 4% growth rate like we've seen over the last 10 years. So if you want to go to the next slide, Fran. just to say, if we had had those annual revenues, you'd actually see that structural deficit we wouldn't have that same structural deficit, and our salary and benefits would have tracked closer to that 80% line, which doesn't mean that all the choices we made were in retrospect, but it just shows you how impactful losing that annual growth in revenues is on our financial situation. And this is really what's contributing to a lot of cities throughout the region when you have that stagnation in revenue growth. Next slide. So I think I'm going to turn it over to Michael Barnes, who's going to talk, and our revenue manager, talk a little more about some of these trends.
Sure. So if you look at this slide, talks about or focuses on the two largest revenue drivers in the city: property tax and sales tax. And speaking of the stagnation that Jen was just talking about, you see the blue line is the property tax line, and you can see it's steady, ranges from maybe 3.5% to 8.5% over those 9 years. Reliable but modest growth. We just talked about a huge increase in expenditures, salaries, and benefits. And the property tax is just kind of stagnant, basically. 5.9% is your average growth. But then if you look at sales tax, you see this incredible volatility in our sales tax numbers, where the average is 3.9% of sales tax, but you can see it swings from negative 11% to a high of 20% over the previous year. And if you look at fiscal year 24 to fiscal year 26, you see we had that high, that 20% increase. 2 years later, we're 11% decrease. It's huge swings. It makes it incredibly difficult to budget using sales tax, using a volatile number like that. And you see these swings, this stagnation. This is the Hayward picture, but the next slide will show that it's really a regional issue. You'll see we're not the only city facing large budget deficits, facing these large structural deficits where costs are just growing faster than expenditures. Like most of us in our home budgets, costs are growing much faster than revenue coming in. You'll see these deficit numbers across the Bay Area. They're large percentages of folks' general fund expenditures. And why did we get there? We talk about financial best practices were not followed, definitely, but it's also a regional issue. It's not just mistakes Hayward made. It's structural across the whole Bay Area. So other agencies are facing this same sort of problems we're facing too. And that's where I think Deanna is going to take over and tell us some about the lessons learned and the actions that we're taking. So.
Thanks, Michael. As the city manager discussed with you, there's, let's move on to the next slide. In terms of what's happened over the past, we really want to continue to be transparent with you and with the public, of course, through you. And these key budget lessons learned. In terms of best practices, we do get projections over longer terms, and so better understanding what's going to continue to grow. We get a general longer-term forecast for sales tax and property tax. We are hearing from the county assessor that there's a lot of reassessments happening, and so another flat area of growth and a big revenue source, and not just for us. We actually are still expected to have some cities are losing. Or they're declining in revenue. So we want to understand what are these one-time spikes and use them in different ways than this ongoing revenue and look at that into the future. Again, improving our transparency, just to keep talking to you about all of it and talk to you as much as you need to hear it and the public needs to hear it. Hold each other accountable, work together. And so that's not just us, finance, one of the departments accountable, but them coming back to us and saying, hey, but that's not a realistic projection for us. We need to talk about this. And those were some of the alligators we were wrestling to get this budget in balance, and both for this fiscal year and next fiscal year. So really working together with the partnership of all of the departments to get here, and each department definitely made some sacrifices in terms of services that you'll hear about later. So Jen mentioned, for example, salary savings was a big area. We used to budget a line for salary savings, and that would then what was left over would kind of be used to pay special pays. We spent a huge amount of time understanding all of the pays, all of the costs, really making sure each one is budgeted. We took out vacancies that are not critical, that aren't on the way to being filled. So the departments, the only vacancies are like on the way. They're either all but filled, or they're just going to have to be either for revenue purposes or to meet required law, the state law, that type of thing. As we go through, as a finance director, I'm an active participant in labor discussions and labor negotiations. My team is routinely asked for information. So what's this going to cost? What's the impact? We work even with the payroll team for them to understand and have some comment about how's this going to work in our system? What does this mean? Have you thought about X or Y? So really good practices around making sure that people, like even at all levels, that maybe us at our 30,000-foot view aren't seeing it, but somebody else may. So staff is very well encouraged to bring concerns forward. In terms of how we close the gap, as you recall, we've had workforce reductions back in January, and again, a few more recently in the last few weeks. We are using fund balances, mostly associated with longer-term liabilities. The funds are still at an appropriate level, but they aren't at the best level. So these have some potential risks in terms of if larger settlements are needed, for example, in a workers' compensation case. We believe we're good in the midterm, but it is something we should be preparing to resolve in the future. We worked really closely with our bargaining groups. We're very thankful for the concessions that they made across the board. Most bargaining groups came forward, in terms of minimum staffing, overtime reductions, deferment of COLAs. We're really grateful for the partnership. That was a huge lift in getting this budget done. So other cost-saving measures, again, limited non-essential travel, looking at all of our contracts. Each department is looking at their contracts, looking at other unspent fund balances that are available. And every department's been in and out of their service and supply budgets just to look for a little bit more. We're working through a business license tax audit with our vendor to get businesses that maybe aren't paying their business license tax. And again, working closely with partners like HARD to support community events so that reduces or ends our event spending.
So before we move on, what I want to do is open up questions. And just so that everyone knows, 5:30 dinner. Okay, so questions. I'll just go, Councilman.
Business tax audit, is that what we're going through, or are we going to go through it? That was one of the items that was ongoing.
So business tax audit, maybe Michael could speak to that, what the audit is.
They're starting. They're starting with business tax auditing is an ongoing process, but the business tax discovery is a new process that they're going through. So if a business is operating without a license, it's finding it, it's auditing it. So that's ongoing. It takes a while to ramp up a program like that. So.
All right. It's not related to our business tax.
No, no.
All right.
No, this is audits of using the current business tax rate structure.
And we have been looking for structural and ongoing changes. I've saw two up there. Any other structural ongoing changes that you can mention or that we're looking for or have found?
Well, I'll start, and then I'm sure that the rest of the folks here. I mean, I think the one is the business license tax modernization is a structural change because that'll be an operating revenue ongoing. The reductions in workforce are ongoing structural changes. I think, we'll talk more about this, but how much of the Measure C we use or don't use, I mean, that is a source of revenue that we have. Whether or not the council wants to continue to use that, we'll have to talk more about that.
So that could be ongoing.
It could be ongoing. I think there's a trade-off there. I think we'll talk more about that when we get to the future kind of considerations. Okay. Whether or not, in some ways, with a $30 million deficit, right, we may have to do that, but we'll talk more about that. But I think we've looked, there's a lot of one-time stuff, but there's also all of the cost reductions and vacancy management are ongoing measures that we've taken and have really essentially allowed us, we have another slide that Mary put together, but allowed us to pay for some of these increases without increasing our overall budget, and that's because they were structural changes.
Okay. I'm just concerned about core services. How badly have they been affected?
Well, that's a great segue because our department heads are here to tell you about
Okay,
that. So
all
if we
right.
could wait till the department, I mean, it's not all bad news. I want to be clear. We're definitely able to maintain services. I think they're doing a tremendous job doing their job, but there are impacts. And so we're going to talk more about that during our departmental presentations. If that's okay, we'll wait for that.
Thank you.
Before we move on here, I'm going to go to Councilmember Bonilla and see if he has any questions.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a few. First, I just wanted to say, I appreciate the quick overview of the business license tax modernization. Obviously, I think it's the right move and I think it's the right structure. But Jen, can you maybe address the $7 million gap we heard from our union partners and why we're not pursuing that?
Yeah,
At
absolutely.
this time?
Yeah, and again, we received their proposal today, so I'm having some preliminary thoughts about you. Some are general and some might be a little more specific, but we are having our consultant look at it carefully. First, let me just say we have zero interest of leaving money on the table. So we're not doing this to have less revenue. We're not proposing something for less revenue. I think we want to be, what we do want to be is careful, because I think there's a risk that if we increase the rates too much, there's two things that could happen that I think could end up being detrimental to the city. One is that we have long-term businesses that leave. Either they leave or they don't want to come here because our rates are out of whack with the surrounding areas. And so the council in February gave us direction to try to match our neighbors, so we didn't put us at a competitive advantage or put disadvantage with the cities that we compete with for businesses. So that's one thing we just want to be careful. And do I know? I can't tell you, neither can our consultant know exactly where that line is. We don't know where that line is. And so the more you increase the rates, the more risk there is that you're going to have an impact on the local economy. And so that's just there's no bright line where that is. So we want to just be careful about where we draw that line. The second thing is the higher the rates are, the more likely you are going to have businesses in the business community oppose this measure. And then you would potentially, if there's an active opposition to the measure, then you could potentially hurt our chances of getting this passed in November. Not you, but there is a greater risk of that. And so I think it's really not a question of, can we squeeze more out of you? Can adopt whatever rates you want. I think the question is, at what point does it become too risky that you're now potentially putting at risk the measure overall? That said, we'll look carefully at what they've proposed. We're going to look at this $50 million tax bracket. We'll look carefully at it. I did have our consultant look at it a little bit and just give some initial thoughts. They are raising the rates on manufacturing, professional services, both of which are very sensitive to rates. Professional services can move anywhere, like they're easy, they can pick up. Manufacturing also, just because the margins are so tight in that industry, they're very sensitive to increases in costs. So we do know, at least in some ways, that they've increased rates in those sectors that we'd want to be really careful about increasing. But we will look at it carefully. We have time to do that before we put forward our recommendation for our June 2nd, request or recommendation to adopt a business license tax measure. And we'll come back to you with some recommendations, but we will look carefully at it. We don't want to leave money on the table, but we also don't want to increase our risk and end up losing the measure altogether.
Thank you so much for that answer, Jen. I mean, it's so comprehensive and so thorough, and thank you so much for, you and the team taking a second look at that as well. But I really appreciate how thoughtful you're being in balancing all of the different elements at play here. My next question is, I know you had referenced the benchmark of salary and benefits being about 80% of ongoing revenue. What is it for Hayward right now, going into this budget this evening, for next year?
So it's around 92%.
92%. Okay. Well, and, I'll use this as the opportunity to also, thank our employees and our union partners for, helping us balance this budget, because as we had seen, these rising personnel costs are somewhat unsustainable within our city. I think we all want to make sure that our employees are compensated fairly, but we also want to make sure that compensation is done so in a sustainable and thoughtful way for the city. So just really appreciate everybody coming to the table and collaborating to help us, rebalance our cost. And then anything to say in terms of what's accounting for the big sales tax swings?
Yeah,
the
that's,
volatility we've seen there?
do you want to do it? Yeah.
Sure. In 2024, there were a large BART car sales. So BART actually purchased a lot of their BART cars, and because they go into use at the Hayward maintenance facility, we get the sales tax on that purchase. So
That's right. All right. And then my last question, or request rather, is can we see a copy of all of the fund balances at maybe one of our finance committee meetings? Thank you.
Yes, we can do that.
That's it for me, right? That's it for me on this section, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Roach.
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to thank you, Dan, for putting in the, what is causing the problem, because, I think I've said this a number of times, like if we don't really dig down into how we got here, then, how do we go forward with that? And I especially, I think you said, especially ongoing contracts, because I am interested in that. I think actually Councilmember Syrup has said this, that, even though something is budgeted, it doesn't mean we have to do it. Like, I hope we're really digging deep into realizing, like, okay, we did set aside money for this, but we really can't afford to do it. Because I know we're looking at that with salaries, right? And I really appreciate, per Councilmember Bonilla's comment, all of our labor partners, I think, are doing what they can, right? We've asked them to, and they have delivered. And unfortunately, we've also had to let people go, like, in this crisis. But I also want to be as honest as we can about what really doesn't need to get done. I think it's great that we're doing the park. I think there was money set aside for that. But what other big projects, realistically, should we be setting aside in order to maintain core services? And I think that's what you're saying, Dana, that you are looking at that it's not just, I think you brought this up, George, that just because it's budgeted doesn't mean that it's something that we need to go forward with.
Yeah, and I'll add, I don't have to dictate that we look at that. The department heads are really looking on their own.
Great.
Really contributing.
Okay, and then, of course, so I think the sort of like, declining sales tax, all of that is something we really should have been able to absorb, frankly, right? And so I think the point is, while you said that our revenue is going down 1%, but our benefits have gone up 40%, right? That is obviously an unsustainable projection. And, and we got here from, I think we've heard, like, either we're looking at what practices led us to believe that we could have afforded that at the time. And so I think you said this in one of your slides, Anna, but obviously, going forward, what is that backstop? Because we made decisions on salaries that we were so happy to make, right? Because we felt like our labor employees, everybody deserved that. But it was such a shocking error. And, and everyone's paying the price for that now. And I just what is the backstop going forward? Like, have we already developed policies on what it's going to look like going forward? I mean, that, we were, obviously, we were convinced on that. The numbers showed we could do that. I just need to hear again how this is there's some backstop that we could give, because there's going to be future council members, right? We were all sort of excited to do this, sold on this. It looked good to do it. How can I guarantee when I'm not here that future councils won't sort of be tempted on the same level?
Yeah, and I think some of that just comes from having some stability, right, in your team. It was almost the part I skipped. So, you're seeing Michael here. You haven't seen a lot of him before. You'll see Nick present later. So really building the team that we have, again, at all levels. So Michael just raised his hand and said, how can I help? He wasn't involved in budget last year or the year before. And we worked through the master fee schedule. So really building strong teams. That's not just the director building the budget. And then that's not what it was before, but there were definitely gaps in the team. Fran and Nick, and we borrowed Ellie from Public Works, just really teamed all together. Again, the department heads. This has not been an island in the finance department. It's analysts working with analysts working with department heads working with me, really a huge team collaboration. But it definitely does rely on you as council and looking for that stability. And I think maybe, if there is ever a time in the future where there's some loss of stability, then to just look for the transparency to go with it.
Okay.
So if something's missing, in hindsight, not being here at that time, thinking, yeah, I might have set aside some of that sales tax, and I can see maybe somebody thinking like, well, sales just going to keep going up, and not really looking at the rest of the projection.
Right.
So you really have to look at a document, page 13 of the sales tax report, and which, you have to know how to read the reports to make those, and they're still projections. Okay. They're always a projection. So it's really kind of having someone who understands that and having that comfort level to say, okay, we need to wait. That's not future money. That's today money.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. And then on the context of one-time funds, you mentioned the ARPA funds that, I think it was, somebody reminded me this from the community about this, that, the back of the budget has these great, I encourage anyone listening to look at it. There are some really good financial policies laid out, and we sort of forgot to follow them. But I hope that we are going back and looking at that. I mean, we all obviously need to. But, the ARPA funds, it sounds like we did use some of those funds for staff that just eventually got dumped into the general fund, right? And, without, I don't know how it was budgeted, but it does seem to me if we're just very strict about following those kind of policies, that sort of money, the ARPA money should have been funded for one-time projects during COVID or post-COVID. I mean, we did stand up the testing site for COVID and all that. I'm sure that took some of the ARPA money, but then whatever that took to staff needed to go away. Otherwise, it just ended up in the general fund. So I hope we're going back and looking at those policies as well.
Yeah, we've done a start to revisit a comprehensive set of policies. We want to take some time. We reviewed it once with the Council Budget Finance Committee. We want to draw some items up a little bit higher in a deep policy. Some items just got a little bit buried in there. We want to spend a little more time on it and bring it back. And it is a comprehensive set. It really addresses like the internal service funds and their funding levels, risk levels. So, and to be honest, it'll be aspirational. The policies that we have today, we lost track in 24, 25.
Yep.
So we're not going to be in compliance in the near term, but we can at least build to what we should be looking at is if for example, if there's a windfall in the future, what do we do with a windfall?
Okay, and then my last question, I know we need to move on, but my last question on slide 12, you made the context of how, the regional context of where we are. And I agree with that, and I was, that was helpful to look at that slide, except that I think, we obviously got off of our policy on the reserve as well, because the reserve was, in a way, a sort of a little bit of a, I mean, it really wasn't what it showed that it was because of we put in, the cinema place was put in there as well. And so what's being done on that going forward? I mean, the reserve needs to be cash reserve, right? I mean, the policy says 2 months of cash reserve should something happen. And so what's being done to shore that up so that we don't, and were there other properties in the reserve as well at that time?
I don't think we have other properties yet. I mean, I think we're going to talk a little more about shoring up the reserves a little later. So so we do have a strategy for at least getting us a little further along on that. But we can talk more about that later if that's okay, just because we have a couple slides to have that conversation. Okay.
Okay, and I'll save the rest of my questions as we go along. Thank you.
Councilmember Andrews.
Thank you for the report. Just wanted to ask a couple of questions. We mentioned court services, and a few of those things are pretty big undertakings for a city for us to take on, which is building parks and building libraries. Do we consider those types of projects court services moving forward?
I mean, I do think that build capital projects as part of the general fund is something we have to plan for that long term, because the general fund, for instance, library is a general fund department. Having a new library then falls on the general fund to figure that out longer term, or public safety center, which we know, our police department's in a very old center. So those are our obligations, and we do need to figure that out. I think Measure C originally was how those were built. So it was another tax revenue that was used to fund that. And I think the intent was that Measure K1 would be that moving forward to try to address some of those capital needs. I think we're going to have to, over time, we'll see if the economy doesn't recover quickly, then I think we're going to have a harder conversation about whether or not that Measure C funding stays as an operational revenue or something we can free up to try to meet some of those capital needs. I don't think you need to decide that now, but I do think it's something we wanted to at least plant the seed today. But yeah, long term, I mean, cities have to find ways to fund their capital needs.
Okay, thank you. And the regional examples you mentioned were San Francisco, San Jose, and Palo Alto, which I imagine has a strong sales base since they do have malls and universities, and just trying to see what are the other options the other regional players are looking into. We are seeing planning commission cancellations, economic development's not reviewing a lot of new projects. It's a lot of report outs. So what is the plan? And it looks like the economic development department's getting gutted with their budget. It seems short-sighted.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're trying to maintain their funding level the same as this year, and so we're not increasing budgets moving forward. But I think to try to increase our, attraction of new retail, or to try to help our existing retail perform better and try to attract new commercial users. We're doing the best with what we have. Sure, could we, if we had more money, maybe do more? It's true, but I think we just have to balance more money for economic development versus other things. So I think we're trying, and our economic development department is very proactive and doing the best they can.
And I want to acknowledge, I know I sent a lot of questions yesterday, so thank you. I'm sparing a lot of those questions right now. You can all see it in the documents received after the agenda. I do want to talk about the business license tax increase, and I know that we received something about 3 hours prior to the meeting, so I haven't had a chance to dig into it right this second, but I am concerned about increasing it so much where we are turning businesses away, given in light of the examples I just mentioned. I'm concerned about particularly the small businesses, so if we can look at making sure we are not increasing too much on them. I'm not sure about the $50 million bracket, but I would like to review that. The other reason why I'm concerned about increasing the business license tax too much is that if we increase it so much and the business is closed, we're going to have even more of a bigger public safety issue, which is going to increase the budget on public safety and code enforcement and overtime. So that's going to hit our budget even harder. So I hope we are considering that when we are identifying what the increases are going to be. Have we thought about that as if when we were doing those analysis of the business license tax, what is the impact if businesses were to close, and what is the impact on our budget if those were to close, and what is the impact of the other departments?
I'll just say that we actually tried very hard to keep the amounts. First of all, based on the council's direction, what we have proposed so far is progressive. So there's actually, for small retail, there's practically very little annual increase in the amount of business license tax. Same with restaurants, which we know are on a thin margin too, or grocery stores. So we try to be very careful and more progressive in the way that we propose the rate structure. And then second, the whole point of where we landed was, using our consultant and using the direction of the council to match our neighbors was very intentional. So we don't think that what we're proposing now will impact businesses. Does it increase their costs? Yes, but we don't think that compared to where our other jurisdictions around us, we don't think that this will impact their economic well-being and force them out of business. So we don't anticipate what we've proposed now to have that impact.
Okay. And then I know there are a lot of policies mentioned. I agree with a lot of the policies that were mentioned in the report in previous years. One thing I would like the Budget and Finance Committee to review is when we have new programs, what are the ongoing costs of services of those new programs? And I think a stronger analysis on grant funds and grant funds that are given to partners. Some of our regional partners that are, here in the city is actually impacting our public safety budget. So I would like a stronger analysis whenever there's a new program, or if we receive grant funding to start a program, or give grant funding for a program to exist. Also, I want to see a stronger partnership with the county and the state. They are putting services in our community that is impacting our public safety budget, and they need to pay for it. So what are we doing to offset the cost of public safety with their services here? Because it's impacting our budget now.
Yeah, we actively, and have a great team, we're actively proposing state earmarks to help offset some of those costs. We're also looking at county funding, making sure that we're eligible for county funding for Measure W in particular. We've tried to team in some cases with providers on helping to get our LINK program funded through Measure W. So we're looking everywhere under different rocks to try to find ways to leverage county and state funding.
Okay, and I also want to review with the county and the state for funds to be retroactive. If they have opened that facility in multiple facilities here and it's impacted our public safety budget, I want us to see how we can get retroactive funds due to the impact on our city budget. Thank you.
Councilmember Syra, Mayor Pro Tem Syra.
Thank you. I know we have a long ways to go in this report, so I'll try to reserve more of my comments for later. I think just appreciate the detail in which you're explaining what we're considering for the business license tax. I think some of the concerns that I've heard around the way it's currently being proposed is that some of the comparator cities are also in the process of updating their business license tax. So my concern is we update and then we're at a disadvantage because we're setting our bar towards cities that are going to have different numbers down the line. So I just want to make sure we're taking into account what other neighboring jurisdictions are we comparing ourselves to, and what are they looking to update themselves to, so we're not behind after we go through this long, drawn-out process of updating, because we might not do this again for another 50 years, who knows, right? So I just want to make sure we're getting this right. I also just want to take into consideration, I appreciate that we're not impacting small businesses with the way we're designing the business license tax. If in exploring the union's proposal that we had brackets for the biggest corporations, the ones that are the least likely to shut down and close because of a small margin, is there a way for us to actually lessen the burden on the small businesses by relying more on those big brackets? I think my concern when I heard one of the comments was that right now, the bulk of this business license tax is coming from smaller businesses, even if we're not increasing it that much. Whether or not that's accurate, I'll defer to the staff proposal. But if in adding these brackets, there's a way to reduce that pain on the smaller businesses, I would be open to that, because that would be even more of a progressive tax that would bring in more revenue. And I think the reason I feel strongly about this is because when we casually say, you know, we're looking at Measure C being, even though we call it short term, it's more or less going to be ongoing for the foreseeable future. It's hard for me to stomach that, because a year ago we sat here and we ranked choiced all of the things we wanted to do to address the deficit, and we put using Measure C as like the bottom one, like consistently. And now we're in a position where we've had to use it multiple times at this point, understanding why. And I don't feel great knowing that if there is an opportunity for us to raise, let's say, 15 million as opposed to 10 million with this business license tax, we wouldn't do that, because that means we're going to have to continue to depend on Measure C, which means that we're delaying capital improvement projects and we're delaying replenishing Measure C and our reserve at the same time. So anyways, I just want to I appreciate that staff is going to look at the union proposal. I just think, you know, we were looking at anything between 13 million to 22 million. If we're settling somewhere in the middle by trying to raise, I don't know, 17 to 20 with this instead because of the union suggestion, that's a happy compromise for me. And it means that we're that much closer to building back both our Measure C fund for capital projects as well as our reserve. So I know there's certain categories. You mentioned professional services and manufacturing. If they're smaller players, let's not mess with them. But if they're $50 million plus players in those spaces, I think they can handle maybe what the unions are suggesting here. So less of a question, but more so just wanting to add on some of the nuance that I'm seeing in this discussion and my discomfort around our continued use of Measure C, given that we all committed to not using it and we really have no choice. I'm not here saying we absolutely cannot, but I think if we're trying to tell the community in good faith we're trying to move away from that model, we got to go for the money that's on the table, and not in a way that's going to shoot ourselves in the foot. But the unions didn't have a chance to review the proposal that we agreed to last time outside of the 3-day agenda publishing window. Now we're seeing their proposal, and I just want to make sure we're taking that feedback into account. We're going to rely on these unions to help us walk this if they're supportive of it. So I just want to make sure we're all on the same page around shared goals here. Thank you.
So again, thank you for all of the hard work that's gone into this budget. It's I know it's taking a lot of time and effort from a lot of folks to get here. I'll be brief. I'm really not in favor of using Measure C funds if it's at all avoidable, and if that means we need to put a little more effort into figuring out how the business license tax may get us through that. I think we owe it, to our employees to keep them employed. Because when I say I don't want to use Measure C, I'm not talking about losing more jobs. I'm just talking about, turning some more stones. And so it may be difficult, but I do appreciate you making that extra effort. And at the same time, when I talk about preserving jobs here in the city, I'm also talking about the jobs in our neighborhoods. And so, we don't want to shoot ourselves in the foot. We don't want to pass a license tax that's going to ultimately take jobs away. And so I appreciate the thoughtful approach that you're putting in there. But as I'm saying, I just hope you'll continue to do the research and see, what we can do. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I will make this very succinct and brief because I know we still have a long night ahead of us. I want us to be very careful, and I'm going to talk to the council on this one. I want us to be very, very careful on looking at the business license tax as the end-all, solve-all solution for everything that we are going through right now. I want to be careful, and because almost all of us up here mentioned the business tax. The letter we got today from the union, business tax. We don't even know if it's going to pass. So we have to be very, very careful on how we talk about that and how we rely on that. I don't disagree with you. I don't want to use Measure C money either. But but we have to, and it's a tool that we have. We're going to pay it back, and but we have several tools that we are accessing, that we are trying to activate, and so I just want to be. I support the business, modernize. I know we all do, but I just want to be very, very careful on our over-reliance, just as we are talking about it right now. I just want to be careful with that. The second thing is this, and I want to go back to what Michael, thank you, Michael. I want to go back to what Michael said, and if you go back to the chart, the property tax growth is stagnant while sales tax growth is volatile. Look what happened when BART cars started selling in Hayward. Look what happened from 23 to 25. That's what happened, right? And this is without a BLT, right? Now, what I want to be careful, and I absolutely agree with Councilmember Andrews, I want to be very careful. I take nothing for granted. A business is not too big to stay in a city. And, a business can close and leave. A big business, and that's jobs, and that's tax revenue, that's, all of the other stuff that surrounds it. So I just, I don't want us to think that, we're too good for a business to leave, because big ticket businesses, big manufacturers, they could very easily leave. And we need to strike that balance. We need to be very careful on how we proceed. We are listening to staff, we are reading about this, and I know all of us up here are informing ourselves about this, and but I caution that, and those are the 2 points I wanted to make. Before I proceed, I want to look at the city clerk. We're ready? Okay. So what I'm going to do is we're going to take a 15-minute. We're going to take a 15-minute break for dinner. So with that said, meeting adjourned.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Okay. Before we resume, we have, okay, so, it's 6 o'clock. We still have a lot of meeting left. And what I was going to do is, if I look at the outline, the section of recap and updates since February 28 budget work in session. And then the next one is recommended fiscal year 27 budget. I wanted to see if we can do 2 and 3 and then ask questions after 3. Okay? Okay. Great. That was easy. Yeah. Oh, the other thing too, I know we are in room 2A, and this is a rather informal space. But I also wanted to just remind everybody that, we do carry decorum in the room, and I just wanted to make sure that we address each other by our titles and show each other respect with title first.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
I think we're back a few slides, Bren. We're at the section before. Okay, starting here. Again, in the interest of transparency, we wanted to share with you what's happened since February when we met, a full day here as well. Next slide. So we presented this is the forecast we presented to you at that time. I think one of the items that's important here, you'll see it later, but for 2026, as we dug in and better understood our salary costs, that number's gone up to about $241 million annual. And so we'll be talking that more with the CBFC and in a future report. But this is where we started for 27, looking at about $32 million. And that did stay, that 250, I think we're at 248. So we did have some savings there that we were able to pull together. And going to the next slide, that included employee cost living adjustments. That did not include some of the one-time funds. It did include the CalPERS costs. We can't change those unfunded liabilities, but we do get savings for vacancies that we're not paying for CalPERS at that moment anymore. Again, we've really done a great job of forecasting, worked really hard with the specific department heads, with the budget team, Fran and Nick, spent a lot of time working on pay costs, costing pays, again, also with the police and fire departments. So we understand those pays better now, but wanted to just understand, and again, there's still a structural deficit. We've talked a lot about that, so we won't spend much time there. We're going to use these slides to catch up a little bit. Next slide. So we talked a lot about Okay, so again, our approach was to include revenues that are likely and not dependent on the voter approval. So we don't have the business license tax built in here. We are still using short-term funding. We're still talking about Measure C. We're using some money in our OPEB trust. We're using funds out of our workers' comp fund balance and cash balance. We're using cost-saving measures. They are going to have a service impact. You'll hear that from the department heads as they speak. And we're allowing for cost department restructuring. So, instead of laying off more positions, if there's natural attrition, the department may choose to do a different type of position coming back. So instead of, we've reduced their personnel authorized, but not the specific titles. And you'll see that in the books. And we'll be maintaining that through HR and finance to understand, hey, this position was meant to be held vacant. Are you trading it for something else? We're working through that. We'll be working through that throughout the year. Again, we've talked about the business license tax. Really, again, want to thank the bargaining units, this concession bargaining. They really all came to the table. It was 6 groups. The unrepresented accounts appointed officers all agreed to COLA deferrals, reductions, overtime cost-saving measures. This was $7.5 million in savings impacting the employee's personal bottom line. I talked a little bit about what we had to do to build the budget, if you go back to that slide, was we had to look at the actuals and work our way backwards. So instead of looking at just the budget, we had a lot of salary savings baked in. We had a lot of unknowns, things we didn't understand about our salaries. So we started with actual payrolls after we did a number of these adjustments. So after the overtime savings, after layoffs, after voluntary separations, and worked our way forward and then backwards to see what does that look like into next year. That was a lot of time, a lot of investment, and it did increase our employee cost projections both this year and next year. We did update the fee schedule and cost allocation plan. The cost allocation plan allocates costs of central service departments like finance, HR, city manager, council, and it also allocates costs to departments that charge fees. So those fees address those types of costs, both the department's internal overhead, like their executive team and administrative team, and the department's external overhead, which is those central departments. So we updated that fee schedule. You heard that in April. We made some minor adjustments to the utility user tax ordinance. We expect to be getting some letters out to streaming providers in the next couple of weeks, looking to get collections for next fiscal year. The case with Disney has the state appeals court declined to hear their appeal. They do have the Supreme Court. They're not expecting that to continue. And so many agencies are going forward with working on collecting UUT. Again, we did not include that in the budget. It's still an unknown. We're not quite sure how much we'll get. So we're going to wait and see and then look at that at mid-year. And looking at actively marketing the sale of city properties, and those are intended to go towards restoring reserves. So with that, we're going to get into our fiscal 2027 budget. I want to introduce Nick. I know you've all seen him before, but he's going to present that budget for us.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Next slide, please. So I'll be going over the recommended fiscal year 2027 budget. A lot of this we've kind of touched on before, and I'll get into some of the actual numbers on the next slide. But again, we have a $249 million proposed general fund budget for next year that is balanced. As City Manager Ott and Director Hilbrantz mentioned, we were able to balance the budget primarily through some savings that we were able to identify in other funds. These are one-time transfers that primarily came from Measure C, Workers' Comp, OPEB Trust, and our grant funds. Again, because of the use of those other funds, that leaves us with a continual structural gap of about $30 million. Without utilizing those funds, that's the deficit that we would be facing this fiscal year. Our salary and benefits numbers, which we'll see on the next slide again, as Director Hilbrantz mentioned, we kind of work backwards based on our actual spend and taking into account some of the savings that we realized from the concessions that our labor partners made. Thank you again to all of you, even though you're not here, for the work that you guys did to help us balance this. And you'll also recognize that there are some increases that we had to change the budget to account for. Some of the pays that historically we did not budget for, education pay, some of our leave cash outs, continuous service pays. These are items that historically, again, were under budgeted. So we wanted to accurately budget for them based on our spends for this year. And again, account for any changes to benefits that we saw coming up for the next fiscal year. And again, for the forecast for fiscal year 27, we did not include any revenue assumptions for business license tax passing. That's just to be safe and ensure that right now what we're adopting is something that we can actually fulfill. Next slide, please. So here are some of the numbers around our fiscal year 2027 proposed. I really want to focus on the transfer in piece. That when we talk about that $30 million structural gap, that's what we're referring to. For the ongoing portion, about 60% of that is made up of cost allocation transfers. So that's essentially what our other funds are paying the general fund for the services that they're providing for the city. That is something that hopefully we'll continue to see, but again, that number can fluctuate a bit. For the one-time transfers, that is the major portion of how we were able to balance this fiscal year. Of that 26, it's made up of 3 pretty large buckets. Measure C, similar to what we did for fiscal year 2026, we transferred we're proposing to transfer in $10 million from that fund. We had some available cash balances in our grant funds, amounting to about $5.5 million that we're transferring in. And then again, as Director Hilbrandt's mentioned, we are transferring funds from workers' compensation. It's about $4.9 million. And while we do have available fund balance to support that, there are risks associated, as she mentioned. If we get a large settlement or anything like that comes in, that's something that we can't continually rely on. Yeah, that's fine.
I just want to take 1 second. Also, the staffing charge outs, this was something different from me, so acknowledging. This is primarily the Public Works Department, Engineering. The staffing charges is primarily the Public Works and Engineering Department. So there's a credit as they charge to Measure B or capital projects. So they really work to bring that in. It's over 90% right now. And we expect that to continue, or maybe even go up a little bit. Alex is targeting 100%. So really want to recognize that they do make sure that they are moving that. And that did, with the fee schedule, that adjusted those rates that they're charging out. And that was part of that increase. But also recognize the staff is really making sure their time gets allocated as well. So wanted to just explain that and also acknowledge it.
And then one more thing for this slide. I believe it was Councilmember Andrews that asked about or maybe Councilmember Bonilla that asked about our salary and benefits percentage to our revenues. You'll see here it's listed at 81%, but again, if you take out all of our transfers in, that's where you get that 91% mark of what our salaries and benefits make up of our revenues. Next slide, please. This pie chart is just a representation of the numbers that you saw on the side of the previous slide with the revenues. One thing, again, to point out that City Manager Ott mentioned earlier is that property tax, which is our major revenue source, it is stagnating. So, our forecasting for that is representative of that occurrence. Next slide. And then here are our general fund expenditures by department. As you see, primarily in our public safety departments, which is similar across other jurisdictions. Questions? I think that was 2 and 3, right?
Question? Want me to start to my left? Okay.
Just a couple of small.
Yeah, sure.
On the UUT, you said it's 10% of the revenue. Is that a new budget forecast, or is it like what have we been historically on the UUT? Just wondering if that's accounting to the potential data centers in the future.
It has, it does account for a little bit of new data center. It does not account for the streaming revenue. Correct. So a new data center will have higher electric costs, so that will bring in some new UUT. That's baked in, but the streaming from providers to provide streaming services is not included in that. So that would be new revenue if we receive it.
Okay, great. And then the other one that I was wondering about was, you mentioned, Nick mentioned, or sorry, Director, wait, that's not your title, Nick. I'm sorry.
Mullins.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Mullins, yes, thank you. I appreciate it. Sorry. I know he talked about decorum, and I'm such a terrible first namer. I know I do it to everyone. I'm sorry. I apologize if I was the one being disrespectful. So I even nickname people. It's so I will get better. Sorry, Mayor.
What's my nickname?
No, meaning I shorten people's names. I'm a name shortener, maybe more than a nickname or a name shortener. Anyway. So you mentioned that, we had pays that we didn't budget for, right? So I think just going back to the lessons learned, that's a shocking, we found that out just weeks ago, right? Maybe a couple months ago. So you had another thing that sort of lived between budget items. Is that right?
So it's one of the things that we brought up during the February 28th work session. Okay. And I believe November 15th, 18th of 2025, basically realizing that one, yes, we were over budget, but here are the reasons why. And one of them was because we weren't accurately budgeting for overtime. There were these pays that we weren't accounting for. And so one, for this fiscal year, figuring out what we needed to do to make up the gap for that. And then going forward, making sure we can accurately budget for those, which again, shout out to the team, management analyst Hatfield, acting deputy director Barnes, senior analyst Ellie Lowe. We had a whole team going through. We had a whole team going through all of our pays to make sure we were getting everything on the books.
Not just me, thank you.
It's difficult to remember. To get everything on the books to make sure we were budgeting correctly for that.
Great.
It's not something that we had done previously.
And right, so we never did that before, right? So that was always sort of not in our structural budget, I assume, right? Or, I mean, we weren't, so was it always just made up by salary savings? So like this magic salary savings seemed to sort of have just blanketed a lot of, there was a lot of oversight because of the salary savings.
I do think that was part of it. Like historically, I've been in finance for almost 7 years now. So I think one, it was just general oversight. And then two, the assumption that those overages would be covered by salary savings.
Okay.
Even, we had prior discussions about budgeting for those items, but unfortunately, we were never able to get to a point to actually do that.
To actually put them in there. I mean, I'm glad we're learning, so thank you. Thanks for answering.
Thank you. Good report. Eventually, we will see numbers regarding overtime sometime in some later slide somewhere.
I am not sure if we may have it called out, but I can tell you for fiscal year 2027, the total overtime budget is at $8 million. Initially, we were at 14, but again, thanks to our folks primarily in public safety, that really helped us out. We were able to drop our overtime number pretty significantly by some of the concessions they made.
Somehow, I would like to see it somewhere line. I remember seeing in previous years $92,000 for overtime. So I want to see it in a line somewhere in some slides.
Sure.
So great job.
We could bring that back with the adopted.
All right.
Thank you. Yeah, just wanted to thank you for all of the hard work that you've done to put this together for the council and for the city. And also just wanted to express gratitude to our labor partners for really stepping up and helping us with concession bargaining and get to this point where we can reflect on a budget that's balanced. We still have work to do. Also, just following up on the prior conversation, I want to say that I do agree with the mayor that the business license tax isn't the end-all be-all here. When we look at the slide that was presented here, we're looking at generating $11 million annually with the current structure out of a $30 million deficit. So that means we have $19 million more dollars to cover annually, right? And then if we're using 10 million in Measure C, we're looking at another 9 million we have to close. So I just wanted to put in perspective, like if we continue to use Measure C the same way, if we keep the business license tax the same, we're still looking at 9 million that we have to consistently figure out how to close year after year. And we're pulling out all the stops right now to try to close this deficit. So just wanting that number to kind of loom large in our head. What are we going to do to close that remaining 9 million year after year? And how are we going to reduce the 10 million we're pulling from Measure C year over year? Thanks.
Okay.
Great, and I think we get the slides. Oh, it's happening, thanks. I'm gonna be doing your next section. Assistant City Manager Thomas. So this is moving now into, you just heard coming the fiscal year 27, and now we're starting to talk about the next 5 years moving forward. So that's my section here. We're really thinking about future budget considerations. A lot of this is going to be repeat based on what you just said, so I'm going to go quickly. But in short, per council's direction, we're going to bring back the BLT to put on the ballot on June 2nd. The new thing about this slide that I will mention is staff is recommending, as we've heard, we're not putting that in the budget for this year. So if it does pass, we will get that money this year, and we are recommending that money go back to replenish the general fund reserve. And at the current level, a current proposal of $11 million, that's about a 4.5% reserve level. So that is, yeah. Oh, next slide. On the next slide, you're going to see a forecast. I'm presenting it, but this was done by all the finance staff, so thanks to them. So what you're going to see on the next slide is an updated forecast. We put in business license tax modernization moving forward, so not this year, but the following years at $11 million additional. And then we did put in the utility users tax revenue at $4.7 million moving forward from streaming. And then we did, and you'll see why in a second, we are continuing to use Measure C and OPEB through fiscal year 30, which is the range of our forecast, and that is when all of the current contracts, the public safety contracts end. So that's the forecast we're doing here. And we're proposing doing the full 13 million, so 10 from Measure C and 3 from OPEB Trust. So that's what the assumptions are. And then the expenses side, we are continuing to assume, and this is not certain, some level of fire and police overtime reductions. So that's, we're putting in things that we think are possible or likely, just to try and show a realistic picture. We also are including the contractual COLAs that we currently have, and then any years we don't have one because the contracts are up, we're putting a 2% in. And then we are continuing all current vacancy savings, so this does not include hiring back any of the staff that we are currently not hiring for. And then we're putting in a $6.1 million annually to workers' compensation. That doesn't fully fund the workers' compensation to the level we'd like to, but it is, so as Management Analyst Mullins was saying, we have some risk there, that if we have a huge settlement, we do have some risk there. And then finally, there's annual increases in other categories, 2 to 4%. Next slide. So oh, is it frozen? Should I try it with this now? There we go. So what that results in is, as you can see, we've gotten through fiscal year 26 and 27 balanced, but there are a lot of short-term or one-time use there. And then the following 3 years, we're looking at 7 million, 10.9, and 13.1 gaps. So we would still work to do. That said, well, actually, we can go return to this slide if you have questions, but let's go through the next slides. So we do think that there's likely revenue increases about $16 million next year, so that does help us. That's why you're seeing it drop. And then in addition, as we've already mentioned, item 2 and item 3. So the other thing that we want to mention is that the current economic forecast is quite stagnant, and that is we're using our consultants' forecast and they're not putting in increases in the future years. So that is one thing we're going to be monitoring if we do start to see more economic growth that would help this situation. But this is with a kind of a stagnant economic growth for the next 4 years. Next slide. So we, as staff, are continuing to hold this based on feedback from council. Our future budget priorities is rebuilding the reserve. As Director Hilbrand has mentioned, there was both from sales of property as well as if we get any additional windfalls or if the economy starts to improve. We are holding in mind Measure C funded priority capital projects. I'll go over that on the next slide, kind of what that could look like. And then restoring any negative cash balances we have in other funds. We're keeping that all tally. We heard tonight that you guys want to see all the cash balances for funds. That will be something that will be presented at a future meeting. Next.
I think I would add related to general fund reserves, that's the most flexible set of funds we have. So if we have a situation in an internal service fund needing funds, having the general fund with the flexibility to contribute to that is more flexible than if it's sitting there. We can take it back just as we have, but taking back requires distributing to all of the funds that put in. So having the general fund have some accessibility to reserves is what we're aiming for.
Next slide. So from a recommended approach to Measure C spending, this is actually slightly different than we looked in the budget book, and there were some more capital expenses that we're not planning on that we took out. So this is what we're currently looking at here. Essentially what you're seeing as the ending balance is we're slowly spending down until we hit fiscal year 23. This is the plan that we had in that forecast. And then we have, starting in fiscal year 2031, $7 million available for capital projects. This was not, sorry, this was added per a council member request. This slide was added, it is not in your packet. Next slide. Yes. So what was in the budget book did not include the beginning and ending balances. So we wanted to include that here so you could see the full picture. Oh, and then the other, so how this has changed actually since last time you saw it is that our consultant recommended downgrading our revenue forecasts because of it's sales tax, so it's the same as our general fund. And so it's the lower revenues than last time you saw it, which is why it's looking depleted faster.
So Measure C funding is being used to pay down current debt?
Debt for projects that were funded out of Measure C, so like the Fire Training Center and the library.
Okay, thank you.
We'll start rebuilding the Measure C reserves, or maybe reserve isn't the right word, but the balance for Measure C will start being rebuilt in 2031 based on this recommendation.
Based off of this forecast, that is what we're looking at, yeah.
And I just want to, if I could just, I'm not sure it's a recommendation yet. I just think we made some assumptions for this as a forecast just so we could show you something. I think we still have a lot of work. We want to see how the economy recovers. But this is kind of a likely forecast for now. So I just want to we're not necessarily recommending this yet.
The language just says recommended approach. That's why
sorry about that.
It's okay.
Thank you, yes.
I just wanted to clarify that. Okay. And I think I just wanted to also clarify my earlier comments around just seeing if we have any more wiggle room with the business license tax. Because in my mind, the more we can get from that, the sooner we can get back to replenishing our Measure C balance and upholding our commitment to the voters. And I know that we've said before, I mean, K1 was 2034 onwards, so we've hit our objectives for Measure C. But I know that folks have been waiting on these projects, and we're talking about beginning 4 years from now, and that's a long time for some folks to wait. So just putting that out there.
Thank you. Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. So I'm not going to read through
Mary,
these. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, Assistant City Manager Tom. I was going to also, mention the same thing about Measure C. The quicker that we can get off of Measure C funding, the better it's going to be, because I think we really kind of do need to look at how we're reserving that for capital. So, and I totally heard what the mayor said, which is, the BLT cannot be the only place that we hang our hat. So, I'm continuously looking for creative solutions as well to see where else we might be able to either cut cost or generate revenue. And to Councilmember Andrews' point, just being really thoughtful about how that BLT is applied, because the last thing we want to do is, chase away a big source of, sales tax revenue because we, or business license tax or whatever, because we're raising things too high. So I do think it's a fine balance, but whatever we can do to continue to find, revenue sources, grant sources, or whatever to lessen the reliance on Measure C, I think would be good. And then the other thing is, when it comes from pulling from workers' comp and other funds, has there been any second opinion on, the risk associated with that? And, are we taking too much risk, or, are you guys comfortable with that risk level? And it looks like we're going to continue to hedge on that risk by pulling from it in the future. So I just want to understand, maybe not right now, but a little bit more about kind of what that financial risk posture looks like, considering we're saying that there's some risk here, but just saying that is kind of hollow. So I really want to know what that risk looks like.
Yeah, so it's set based on an actuarial level. We can take some more time with it in a future discussion. That said, it's similar to pensions, where you can be, at a 70% funded level, a 90% funded level. So we're not at the confidence level that's ideal. But the actuarial is saying if every claim that could have been filed by the end of a particular fiscal year had to be paid out in this moment, this is what the cost would be. So that's so we're going to be below that level, but reasonably those things take some time to resolve. So we're working to rebuild that over time.
Could I just add to that? I think the other thing that gives me a little more comfort is that we do have the vote of the business license tax coming in. So let's say assuming that it looks like, the voters are favorable to that and that passes, that will be money that will be in the reserves to kind of be a risk mitigation. We'd like to have those as reserves, but it also gives us a little cushion next year, assuming that it passes. So we do have some kind of mitigation measures on the horizon, which also gives me a little comfort.
Got it. But that would just be essentially that short 6 months is what we would get, because then the rest of the BLT is going to be consumed by the expenses in the budget, still leaving a $7 million gap we need to close, right?
That's correct. Although we will start in the forecast, we start funding the workers' comp. We don't draw down on that further, and we start funding it, $6 million and then about $7-8 million in future years. So we start to replenish it. I don't think we're at the level that we'd ideally like to be, but we are starting to put money back into it in 2028 and 2029, or at least that's what we've assumed in the forecast.
Thank you. And then I just want to say I also support the idea of putting that 6 months of BLT in the reserve. Great recommendation.
I think I'll add for the BLT, the way it's billed is it's billed primarily in January, February. So we would get during the next fiscal year, a full year of that new revenue. And then in calendar year 28, it comes in again. So we won't just be recognizing half of that new revenue, we'll recognize the full amount.
But we're only going to be able to bank the half of it, right? Because then the other half is going to be baked into the budget that we're looking at in 28, right? Or 27?
No, we look at it based on receipt. So then the 28 budget would be the full amount that's collected during that fiscal year.
Thank you.
Councilmember Syra.
We have 2 more slides.
Just wanted to echo what Councilmember Bonilla said and some of my other colleagues around if the business license tax feels like it's maxed out, which I still think we have some room to look at it, but I am curious about long-range planning around future measures. So in 2028's election cycle, what would be a viable revenue measure we might be able to pursue that other cities may have implemented successfully? 2030, do we have one? Maybe having a menu of like 3 options that we can look at in the coming years to begin to think through and co-develop with the community and with business owners so there's not opposition to another round of revenue generation, I think would be helpful. But just doing some of that long-range planning, and I know that some of our labor unions in the past, I think Fire had mentioned some different kinds of public safety type taxes, but I think there are taxes that would be worth exploring so we're not resting on our laurels after the business license tax passes, knock on wood.
Yeah, we have started those conversations. I just didn't want to, since we're still talking about a measure this fall, I haven't put those in the slides, but we are having some of those conversations.
Councilmember.
Yeah, just really quickly going back to the business license tax and the reserve policy. So the intent, and I supported to put the potential forecast of $11 million if it passes into the reserve. And is that something you would hope to continue doing for the few years out and continue using that money for a reserve?
No, because we've balanced this year's budget or fiscal year 27 budget without depending on it. We get kind of a one-time, $11 million almost windfall of the business license tax in that year. So we can put that in reserves. Going forward, we have to use that for operating, to offset our operating expenses.
Okay, I see. And then is the business license tax baked into the forecast starting in 2020? It is there. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
You mentioned grants. Are there any of the grants that you're expecting to pursue going to be something that offset operational costs?
That's a great transitional to back to the slides. So the next slide was on grants. So thank you. So yeah. So yes, in short, you can see for the first, I'm looking at, for several of these, they would be allowing us to not spend general funds on these activities that we want to continue and use these grant funds instead. So here, I'm not going to read through these right now. Can I just do one more slide and then I'm done with my section? But we can go back to this if you have questions. Next slide, Fran. And then finally, and I am going to spend a moment of time on, oh, is it frozen again? There it is. We do have some risks that are mostly coming statewide right now that do put us in a potentially difficult position. So just wanting to highlight these for everyone's awareness. There is an initiative that has qualified for the November 2026 budget that would reduce the local real estate transfer tax by a lot, basically threatening up to $11 million for the city. There is also a competing legislative amendment that would require this initiative to pass by 2/3, but that is something that would cause us and others in our region a lot of pain. There's also pension legislation to reform our PEPRA for public safety, basically reversing some of the PEPRA reforms from before, so lowering the retirement age and higher benefit multipliers. So that is going through the legislature right now, which would have potentially increased pension costs for the city. There's also a potential initiative that is not yet qualified, I don't believe, but there's a potential initiative that would exempt homeowners age 60 plus from property taxes, which would have a large local revenue loss about 10 to 16 million. And then there is another potential initiative that would basically reinstate a rule where if you inherit property, you don't have to get it reassessed for property tax. So that also could have a big impact. So just leaving on that positive note.
Hold on, before you, I'll put your name down.
That is the last slide. Yes, so we can, yes. Now,
Councilmember Andrews?
Okay, so for the previous slide.
Yes, go back to the grant slide.
Grant slide.
We don't want to look at this one.
So do we have some policy already? I know I asked for this before, but some policy to make sure that we are not creating new positions with programs. I know with ARPA, that was like we were doing the lean innovation stuff, and then we were looking at putting positions, and then there was winding down, and same with other programs. But for the public's perspective, they don't know those things are winding down. They just see it as layoffs, and it's very painful. So I just want to make sure that we are putting a policy in place that sometimes we might have to say no to grant funds, and and it may sound good, but maybe we have to say no in order to benefit the city in the long run. Or do we have anything?
I don't know that we have a formal policy. I can tell you informally, we've been very clear that we are not pursuing any grants that add staffing. In fact, what we're trying to do is find funding that allows us to offset or, offset some of our existing costs. So for instance, the LINK program, we're trying to get state earmark funding to offset the LINK program, which is our mental health, the kind of the offshoot of the HEART program or kind of subset of that. And we're putting that as our first priority so that any way we could get state or federal earmarks to offset our operating costs, we're trying to do that.
Okay.
Which doesn't necessarily structurally, because it's temporary, but it gives us some wiggle room, or it gives us a little bit of pause over the next couple of years, or a benefit over the next couple of years until the economy starts to recover and we have a better handle on what our longer term outlook looks like. But I'm happy to look at that as kind of part of our policies.
I would again stress the Budget and Finance Committee to look at a policy that at least come to council, just because I'm concerned about us in the future getting excited about funds, and then we were in the same situation. So
yeah, we had some draft policies in addition to the, we're kind of working off the ones that were in the back of the budget book, and we proposed some to the Council Budget Finance Committee, but we just, with everything going on, we didn't bring that forward as part of this work session, but we're working on them.
And then for the next slide, I know there's been a lot of discussion about unfunded mandates and that impacting just in general a lot of cities and special districts. So I wanted to see if that is also included in terms of anything like related to our fleet management or anything like that that's going to impact our budget in the future?
Yeah, we can check in. So we have some legislative partners that are tracking those types of things. We'll check in specifically on this to see if we see any big unfunded mandates in the legislative package this year.
For maintenance and public works and fire PD, I'm assuming that there might be some that we may not be anticipating. That might be something that our lobbyists can look at now, because people are drawing up letters of support or against some of these unfunded mandates. And now for these attack mandates onto our city budget, and I've already reached out to our state legislator on some of these, but we should start thinking about letters regarding these specifically. When will we have more information to know what we need to do to mobilize as a city against some of these if we feel like they're not going to be beneficial to the city in the long run?
Well, we're already working with our state lobbyists to act proactively, kind of advocate against these measures. The property transfer tax reduction is an initiative, so it's it's a little harder. But certainly legislation, we're trying to at least educate our legislators that what the impact is and how precarious a lot of our city financial situations are. And I know I've been in touch with other city managers that we're all kind of wanting to make sure that everyone understands how precarious we are, our financial situations are, and a lot of these could kind of tip us over the edge a little bit in terms of sustainability. So we're trying to advocate. But I think, we're writing letters or things, but you're all, so we're doing a lot of that through our state advocacy.
Okay, thank you.
California cities wholeheartedly have been talking. Was it Councilmember Sarah? Oh, Councilmember Bonilla. There you go.
Thank you. So just to clarify, City Manager, that first initiative that was on the slide, if you can put that back up, is that going to be on the ballot this November?
Yes.
And it basically, so to Councilmember Andrews' point, I mean, when are we going to get a plan to say what we need to do to mobilize or to start talking against this? Because I mean, if it's going to be on the ballot and we know it's going to have this kind of impact, don't we want voters to kind of vote against it? So I'm sure there's going to be some kind of campaign that we're going to have to do in a coordinated way, right? That we're going to hear about later.
Yeah, I mean, Cal Cities is
not today, but at some point.
Yeah, we can provide more, but Cal Cities held a phone call with the city managers and finance staff, and so we participated in that. And Cal Cities is actively ramping up for this, and so we can brief you on that more. But they're kind of watching it. They think it's probably. The intent is to try to get some sort of negotiated deal or state, legislative fix of some sort. But Cal Cities is actively watching this, and we're tuning in to Cal Cities. But happy to bring back more information. Yeah.
And one thing.
I mean, that seems like such a big impact, $11 million.
Yeah, and these are voter-approved measures, right? So there's kind of the 55 cents per thousand is what everyone has, and what this does is essentially, and the city pursued a voter local measure, so it's kind of rolls back. Voters. So we're also talking about potential legal. I've already talked with the city attorney's office and with other cities if it does pass. Looking at some sort of legal approach as well. Yep.
Thank you. And then the other ones, the other three here are pretty much like potential that we're on. It's kind of on the watch list, but the first one seems like it's going to be on the ballot, right?
Yes, I think they have all their signatures, so that's definitely going to be on the ballot.
The second one's not a ballot.
Yeah, the second one's just state legislation. And then the other two, I don't think have qualified yet.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, seeing no more, I will, I just hit the slide, so it's already at dinner. And so I will move on to departmental impacts and considerations. And
give me I think I'm going to introduce these slides, and then can you just hand me the clicker?
Oh, the clicker. I'm sorry.
That's okay. So I'm going to introduce. So we're doing something a little differently. I know that in the past, it's been departments have talked about their accomplishments and maybe new staffing and other things. But I think that just in talking with employees and department heads, I think they're just wanting to acknowledge that things are really tough right now with a 15% reduction. Everyone's working very hard to maintain as many service levels as possible, but there also have been service impacts. And we're also being really creative in terms of efficiencies and looking at revenues more carefully. And so I think we changed a little bit. And so each department's going to walk through a little bit some of their service impacts, some considerations, programs, efficiency measures to kind of, give you a better handle on what they're doing specifically in their department to try to address where we are right now in the circumstances. So let's see the next slide. We've held 90 positions vacant, so a reduction, about 15%, pretty significant impact. And so here are examples. We're going to get into more of these, but just we are having impacts, and these are examples of those. And so now we're going to have each department head go through that.
Starting with me. All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present tonight. We can go to the next slide. We'll get right into it. Some considerations and service impacts for the police department, starting with staffing adjustments and overtime reductions. I think everybody's familiar with our pursuit of the ability to change our patrol schedule and the beat structure, which we've accomplished in partnership with the POA. And we have also put some stringent guidelines around, overtime. And so we've recognized or realized some significant financial savings there. But it has impacted our capacity for follow-up investigations, community engagement, training sworn professional staff. Those areas of our operations have seen some reductions. Unfortunately, we've had to say no to some of those things. In addition, some of the temporary employees that were separated, we are, I think, 1 day a week, the last Wednesday of the month, we have to close the front counter. Our records division needs that time to be able to catch up on some of the legally mandated work that some of our temps were performing. So we are seeing those impacts in the police department. The good news is that our recruitment pipeline is open, but we still are struggling with vacancies that remain. So we are recruiting for sworn and critical dispatch positions. But we anticipate staff separations, and that could quickly widen the vacancy gap, impacting service levels and response times. For context, I think right now today, we're sitting on 48 overall position vacancies at the police department. 27 of those are sworn police officers, and 21 are professional staff, including dispatch. We do anticipate up to 14 retirements this calendar year, but I think we have 26 sworn employees who can service retire today. So we are going to see those impacts potentially in outlying years. Vacancy management could delay promotions. There's a critical need for us to start succession planning, I can say that, based on some of these anticipated retirements. For context, we have 5 members, myself included, in the command staff. 4 of those folks are service retirement eligible today. Next year, it is likely that our deputy chief and 2 of the captains will service retire, and so we're going to have to replace those folks with people and get people trained up to be able to assume those responsibilities in the police department. There's a cascading effect that goes down through the rank structure where we're going to have basically new at every position. We need to get people ready to take on the leadership and move this department forward. We do have an organizational need to leverage technology solutions, not only to maintain and even in the midst of these challenges improve our operational efficiency, but to be mindful of safety and crime reduction outcomes. We feel the need to pursue tech to help close operational gaps created by human resource limitations. In spite of all of these financial and operational challenges, we are continuing to see across most crime categories consistent reductions. We pulled data going back 365 days from May 4th, and we're experiencing a 23% reduction in homicides, 20% reduction in burglaries, 35% reduction in stolen vehicles, and 28% reduction in robberies. Those are pretty significant categories. And I think that's a combination of great work by staff, some of the tech solutions that you all have authorized, including our ALPR program, and the appropriate prosecution of some of these cases. Next slide, please. Some of our key goals for fiscal year 27 are going to be highlighted here on the next slide. Starting with our annual CLIA accreditation, we have to do that every year, and that ensures that we continue to meet national standards and best practices. I will share that there is also now, starting this year, a state accreditation through the California Police Chiefs Association in partnership with Post. We are exploring state accreditation on top of the CLIA accreditation. I'm confident that we'll get there at some point. We are realigning our jail operations. I know that's been a topic of conversation. This includes a partial closure of the jail during non-peak hours. We've done some data-driven work to identify what those hours are, and that will allow us to repurpose some community service officers to other programs without overall workforce reductions. We are going to be, beginning in July, implementing a parking enforcement program. Parking and abandoned vehicles continue to be a chronic complaint that we receive at the police department, and we'll now have some staff to be able to strategically address those. This includes, parking in the downtown and Tennyson corridors, parking related to timed parking, which is primarily in the downtown corridor, and so that work will begin in July. And then we are hoping to supplement existing UAS, our UAS program with a drone as a first responder concept. We want to make sure that we adhere to established policies and guidelines around UAS usage and community privacy. We recognize that that is an important element of that program for people in our community. We want to be mindful of that. But this will also allow us to repurpose CSOs from the jail and to maintain or improve operational efficiency, including response time, situational awareness, and community and officer safety. We did do a pilot trial run last month for about 4 weeks, and we're going to be discussing that further on Thursday, May 14th at the Council Public Safety Committee, and then at the council meeting on June 16th during our AB 481 military equipment presentation. We'll talk about that in depth. And that's the end of my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
I was going to go through a couple of these and then ask questions, or should we, you want to do after each department? I guess it'd be more top of mind. Keep them short? Okay. Okay. We'll do it after each department.
Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for all the great work that your department is doing. It's really encouraging to see crime reduction across the city in these major categories, despite the difficult situations we're dealing with financially. So I appreciate the work you and your team are doing. I just wanted to give a comment on the parking enforcement program. I've shared a little bit of this feedback with the city manager. We have to consider the needs of the residents that actually live in the downtown core as well. So as we're rolling out this pilot, being very mindful that, let's say someone lives in the downtown core, they go take BART to the city for one day and they come back and they have a parking ticket all of a sudden, even though they live in that downtown core. So having a clear plan of action for residents that live in the enforcement area and how we're communicating that to make sure, working class folks aren't hit with an unjust fine. And then I know I think my question or my request would be, what is the best venue for the general shape of this program to come before the council so the community has a chance to understand it and we have a chance to wrap our head around where enforcement is going to take place, what it's going to look like. I know there's been conversations in the background, but when or where will we be seeing that?
Yeah, I mean, I think because we have the existing parking limits, we weren't planning on bringing it. Of course, the council can direct us. We could do that. And we want to start July 1st and try to generate the revenue. So I think we'd try to do it. June 2nd is the budget. So I guess we could talk a little more on June 16th if the council wants to direct us to do that.
Do we have an infrastructure before July? No infrastructure? Okay. Okay.
So at your direction, we can try to bring this back June 16th if you'd like. I mean, I've taken the comments. I think I think it's a really valid concern. We've been really focused on making sure employees of businesses aren't impacted, but I do agree that we need to make sure we're thoughtful about what do we do about the residents who actually live there and who are, unfortunately, probably there is underparked. I mean, there aren't a lot of off-street parking for those residences. So so we're happy to look at that more carefully and communicate with the council. We can, if you want to officially, we can come back on June 16th too.
Okay, I mean, I don't want to add too much more work. I think just this is happening behind the scenes for a lot of folks that are unfamiliar with the program, so I just want to have clarity around the shape of the program. Yeah. And maybe if there's some kind of, I don't know if we want to go the newsletter route or have a web page that's put up, but just some place for us to be able to weigh in on what's working in this pilot or what's not.
Yeah, and so we are starting that kind of, we're having the DHIA is starting to do some much more targeted outreach to all the businesses in downtown. And then what we had for May, and then our outreach plan, we have a very detailed outreach plan for the public starting June 1st. But I think what I'll talk with the team about is maybe starting some of the outreach to the residences and the residents of the downtown in May too, and try to get that feedback before we launch it. So we're happy to do that outreach, and we were planning on doing the outreach, and we'll make sure we include the residents too.
And I think to add, I think it's important to recognize it's a living program, right? So how it starts in July is not necessarily how it's going to look in, you know, over time. We want to be mindful of that, and we want people to provide that feedback. So we're going to consistently be evaluating that program.
Sounds good. Yeah, I mean, I've been supportive of parking management for a long time, but how we roll this out is very delicate because it's going to impact people, and we want to make sure that it feels fair in the way that we're executing it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for the update. And I was curious, like, how the shift change and the reduction in overtime was affecting, you know what public safety looks like now. And it sounds like it is, like you said, following up on investigations. Do you think over time that will be absorbed if we're able to fill some of these vacancies, or how? You know, because if the long-term plan is to continue some of these reductions in overtime and continue the shift change, if that is the long-term plan, will that eventually be absorbed? Is it just an adjustment period at this point?
I think as we fill vacancies, we will be able to, you know, re-implement and do some of this work. I think, you know, we've seen an ability to do some of some follow-up investigations in certain areas of the police department, you know, for longer than we've been in this financial challenging state. I think just because of our vacancy rate, right? But that's the goal. As positions are filled, we'll be able to absorb some of the work and get back to doing these things because they're important to us.
All right. Well, thanks for what you're doing doing your staff to what you're doing to juggle that while we deal with these financial difficulties. And then on the jail management, the jail, you know, the closure during non-peak hours, like, I'm sure that's hard, but a creative way to save money. So appreciate that you were able to work through that. And then on the technology stuff, I mean, I was able to, you know, get a tour of some of the new technology that you're looking at. And you know, one of the things that I saw that seemed really helpful was just the ability to reduce some of the call outs, like abandoned vehicles, that is a reduction in the need of staff time, and the reality of that being something going forward. I am really interested in, even, you know, of course we have to have the discussion about privacy and all that, but I'm interested in that because I could see the usefulness of that while they're waiting for the next call, they were able to go through and actually knock some of these things off the list, and that prevented a car from having to go out. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a thought process in what we experienced in the trial program where we were able to send technology to a call for service, a 911 generated call for service, and clear it visually without even having to send a staff member, which keeps people available for emergencies and allows our staff in the field to be able to do some of the things that they're stretched to do now. So that's part of the vision of being able to leverage that technology.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems while we're dealing with, you know, vacancies and, you know, reduction of overtime and all that, I do see the value in it. So I'll be interested in that discussion going forward. And then, you know, just finally on the parking thing, because we brought it up. I mean, we're just enforcing current parking hours, right? We're not sort of all of a sudden like enforcing, right? Okay. So I'm okay with us doing it personally without a big discussion about it. I think it's fair that I definitely think we should be doing some outreach for it, because I can see that it is going to be a problem. But this has happened in other areas where, you know, all of a sudden there's one multifamily housing on Mission Boulevard. And when people first moved in there, they were able to park on Mission Boulevard, but then BART came in and made it all BART parking or permitted BART parking, and that was just taken away from them. So I think we're doing it more thoughtfully than that, but I'm not sure we need a big community discussion about it, you know, because I think, you know, I'm sure it will impact people, and I think we have to do everything we can to do that. But I don't want to stall this process because we're just enforcing current postings. We're just enforcing current signs. So I don't necessarily need to see us stall that to you know, take too much comment. Anyway, that's my part. Thank you.
Mayor, thank you. I appreciate your presentation. Thank you. And I really like those goals that you have up there. The last one, I think, is not only could save lives and time, but also I think some money. So keep it up and tell your squad, be safe.
Thank you.
Please.
Yeah, thank you. Chief, you're doing a really good job.
Thank you.
I don't remember a time where I've seen any police department register double-digit declines in 5 separate crime categories over the same time period. It's usually one or another, maybe 2. So this is pretty stellar. But not only that, but they're not just double digits, but they're in the tens, you know, 20% declines. It's really fantastic.
Thank you.
And I know that you're pursuing technology solutions, and I like that. That seems to be delivering some good payout. You know, I've read some of the stories about how the LPR cameras are working. I've talked to some of the officers on the beat, talking about how the LPR cameras really help them pinpoint where bad things are happening and the direction to travel and help them resolve issues. And the drone first responder program is a great added utility, I think. Of course, it'll take some time to prove it out, not just in terms of sparing officer time to respond, but improving overall service to the community, but also by having an airborne vehicle means that in those cases where flight does happen, we're not necessarily exposing officers and civilians to police pursuit, which I know we have very good policy about preventing that. But this adds to our overall capability to find those people that are responsible. And, typically, from what I understand, those are stolen vehicles. And so it's not just helping to put an end to people racing through town, but also stealing those vehicles and bringing them through our town. So I hope you will continue to pursue technology initiatives. And I just want to thank you for the great work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you for your report. One of the questions I have is, well, it's going to be a trend. Is there any way we can look at DHIA to offset some of the costs? They were supposed to pursue security downtown, and if we were using our CSOs to go downtown, can they pay for it?
I mean, we can certainly ask. I think that's been looked at before. I think so. We'll continue to ask that and pass that along.
We're the biggest member in that organization, right? So
Yes.
just want to make sure.
And
that
I think
we
a lot of their focus, to be honest, is on cleanliness, like the power washing and other stuff. But we can ask.
the CSOs will offset some of that cleanliness part of it too, right? Because
Well, I mean, they won't be doing power washing or
I
things
mean,
like
not
that.
power washing, but a lot of things that we see happen downtown, I mean, a lot of the maintenance related to that is because of crime. So I'm hoping that the CSO can be a preventive measure where they can contribute to offset some of these costs.
There is a strategy there. So we can address the parking complaints and also provide a uniform presence as a form of deterrence that was intentional. They will be in uniform. They will be in clearly marked cars. They won't say police, but there could be an added impact downtown for sure.
Yep. Okay. Sell it, I guess. And then wanted to know if the county can offset some of the costs for the jail, since we'll be not impacting their jails as much.
We did a lot of research on that when we were exploring whether or not to even keep the jail. The county, they don't book for free. There is a cost for us to even transport not only the time it takes for our employees to be out of the city and dealing with that process, because you wait in line, you have to inventory property. There's a lot of things that they have to do at the county facility that they don't have to do at ours because we have the CSOs. We have looked at that. That was a consideration that was taken into account when we decided to make modifications. I think the hope is that because we use data to kind of frame that non-peak time that we're going to shut the jail down, there won't be a lot of need to transport out to the county. But it could potentially happen. They're not going to come and help fund, our holding facility, though. We tried that.
Okay. And then are there other programs that county can help support that are in your department?
Financially, I don't know that there are. I think right now what we're trying to do from not only a technology standpoint, but a human resource standpoint, since everybody is struggling to fill their ranks, is to lean on each other to address some of the regional problems. The Reset, the regional sideshow enforcement team is a perfect example of that, where Hayward PD, San Leandro PD, Alameda County, CHP, and now Oakland PD are partnering on certain days. They're using intelligence to try to deter people from engaging in sideshow activity, and if it pops up, they're there to address it. So there are those efforts that are being made. The agencies that participate, are the ones that are footing the bill for their people to be in our city, helping address some of those issues. So they are doing that.
Okay, great, thank you.
I don't see any questions, so, Councilmember Bonilla.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chief. I appreciate the update, and echoing my colleagues' sentiments, just a big appreciation for your leadership and that of everybody in the police department.
Thank you.
Appreciate these goals being laid out so clearly. I do think that we should have some kind of, public awareness. I'm not saying extensive or expensive, but something around the parking enforcement, because we're planning to generate $800,000 in parking enforcement annually, and that's going to be on the backs of somebody. And, we're already asking the Hayward voters to do all kinds of stuff, and everyone's taxes is going up. So whatever, if we can just put it in our newsletter, or if we could have, the downtown merchants just remind them, whatever it is, right? But, some kind of, light touch, but still some sort of public awareness, messaging around this, I think could be useful. The other thing I was wondering is, with the CHP coming to Hayward, are they going to have a jail, and is there any partnership potential with them in that?
So they are not going to have I did a tour of their facility. They don't have a holding facility or a jail there. They're booking either at the county, or in certain circumstances, they'll actually use our jail to bring somebody in, conduct a breath test, issue a citation, things like that. So there is not necessarily a booking opportunity for us there.
Got it. Thank you so much for that. Keep up the good work. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and thank you, Chief, for the presentation. And like always, please tell all the men and women of the police department to be safe. Our next department is Public Works and Utilities.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My department, Public Works and Utilities, is fortunate to have sources of funding that are basically separate from general fund for the most part. We have, for the Public Works side of the department, we have local measures like Measure BB, Measure B, VRF, Measure D, the recycling fund. And on the utilities side, we have enterprises, water, sewer, and so on and so forth. Airport is also an enterprise, so the footprint that we have on general fund is mostly about 5% or so, and we do our best to minimize our footprint on general fund. One of the challenges that I have had is receiving federal funding, WIFIA, Water Infrastructure Finance and Improvement Act funding, $244 million to do improvements at our wastewater treatment plant, which was a mandate that was placed on us that we have to meet by a certain time. We've been pursuing this, working real hard to get this, but so far we haven't been successful, but we have made some inroads in the last couple of months. We also have been pursuing SRF fund from the state, $50 million towards that. And then we have had our first round of revenue fund, $124 million that's on hand, and I have another $90 million to go. On the La Vista Park, I just wanted to mention that we did a value engineering, which is basically a process that we do to do the park, the project more efficiently, not to change the features, not to cut corners, but to implement it more efficiently. And by doing that, we've been able to free up about $5 million in Measure C funding that had been dedicated to this. So that's basically the complete amount of Measure C funding that had been dedicated to La Vista. And La Vista is under construction right now, as you know. And lastly, I want to mention that unfortunately, we had some accidents, incidents in Hayward recently that involved pedestrians. We had 3 fatalities. It is not unique to Hayward. City of Fremont had 5 fatalities in the same period of time. But we took it upon ourselves under your leadership to go ahead and implement some quick build solutions. We have identified 10 very dangerous or identified as most dangerous intersections that we are trying to improve. We started with the first one. There are other measures that we are taking, such as allowing pedestrians to have lead time when it comes to crossing a green light, to allow them to at least safely enter the intersection. So we are implementing that across the city. With that, I can go to our goals. Yeah, one of my goals has been to track our expenses in the department to make sure that our footprint on the general fund is minimized. So I look at it, my finance team looks at it on a regular basis. And right now, related to our salaries and benefits, we are on par. We have absolutely no footprint on the general fund. But of course, there are things like sick leaves and such that sometimes I can't charge to, other revenues, and those are the small, less than 5% footprint that we have. Public Safety Center, I've had a needs assessment done and a preliminary plan prepared. So we want to go ahead and see what we need to do. What is the best way of construction, most efficient way? Is it the standard design, bid, build that we have always done? Or is it design, build, which is a different approach? Or it is public-private partnership that we are exploring right now, and we understand that can make the project more efficient if you go that route. The other goal that I have is SkyWest Property. We want to work with HART as a partner to allow them to develop half of it, the western half, with park and open space, 1/3 of it for airport purposes, and the other third for economic development. So that's on my goals. Safe streets planning is another. We have 2 major projects. One is Safe Streets Downtown, which is going to deal with the loop and the desire of you and community to do something about it after this 10 years of what we had to deal with. And the other one is AB and Tennyson. Concentration is going to be on Tennyson. We want to do at least the design and then pursue grants for the $20 million plus that it takes to construct Tennyson. Compost Hub is something else that we are doing. We are receiving free compost from the county, and we have to go ahead and distribute it to our residents free of charge. So we are making a compost hub at the community garden. We have a space and a design to go ahead and do that. I mentioned WRF project that we are pursuing right now, if we can get the funding for phase 2. And pavement condition is the last project that I want to mention to you. It was the stated desire of this council 10 years ago to get to PCI of 80. But the problem is that at that time, $80 million funding was necessary. We haven't asked for any general fund money, and we've been able to increase the PCI every year. Last year to 78. This year, I share with you, my plan is to hit 80, as you have challenged me and the department to do. And with that, I'll stop talking. Thank you.
And I just want to say that if I read the chart right, we started at 66.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Just saying. For the record. Okay, I didn't see any hands, but
I'll start if no one else wants to. First of all, thank you so much for reminding us that on the La Vista project, that because of the value engineering, you were able to bring back the $5 million that we had allocated. So that's really good news, obviously, and the fact that construction has already begun there. It's really exciting. Thank you for that. On the WIFIA loan, a delay, what does that do to the the deadline delay, and then therefore our obligation to meet this new standard for the runoff into the bay?
So the deadline for that construction is 2034. And I think that if we get our WIFIA within the next 6 months or so, we should be able to make that. I have plans and specs all ready to go. This is the definition of a shovel-ready project, but the funding is not here. If I get the funding in the next 6 months, we should be okay.
Okay. Oh, and are you optimistic about the next 6 months? Or are you?
Yes.
Okay.
We have been working with Senator Padilla's office.
Right.
He actually mentioned the city of Hayward funding in a congressional hearing, and the administrator of EPA went back and promised to go look into it. And we have been working with the staff of EPA right now for the past few days, with letters and advocacy and so on. And of course, through also California Association of Sanitation Agencies and the WIFIA administration directly as well. So the three different sources that we are pushing through to see what we are going to be able to do.
Okay.
We just wrote a 3-page letter to them to explain how our project is in line with all of the administration's priorities, and WIFIA people like that. We'll see.
Okay, great. Well, it sounds like optimistic news on that front, so thank you. And then the last question I had was on SkyWest. So you said half of it is going to go to HARD if that works out, right?
Yes, the western half.
The western half. And then you said a third and a third, so I'm trying to understand the calculation here.
Less than a third. Less than a third will go to airport.
Of the remaining 50%?
Correct.
Okay, so less than, and then the other one will go to some sort of development?
To economic development, the eastern portion.
Okay.
That is next to the park.
And anywhere, I know there's been some sort of complaints about the clubhouse not being used at all. Like, what's happening with the clubhouse? There was a fire there, I believe, right?
The clubhouse is in an area that will have to be removed.
Okay. All right, that's what I was wondering. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all the hard work that you and your team have been doing, especially around transportation. I think this was, the last fiscal year has been a banner year for improving safe streets, distributing bicycles, really rethinking what does safety mean from a pedestrian, non-car perspective. So just want to commend you for the fast work and the comprehensive work around that. Also with SkyWest, just appreciate the collaborativeness you've had with the community on this. I know it's been a hot button issue for a number of folks. And wanted to clarify, I mean, we've had conversations about partnering with HARD for the western portion, but we haven't finalized the remaining parts of the larger plan yet, right?
No, that is true. That is true. A portion of the land is adjacent to the airport, and there is no way that we can do anything other than devoting it to the airport.
Yeah.
And then the eastern portion, you haven't decided yet what you want to do.
I didn't want people watching this and then, my inbox being flooded about how a decision's been made about SkyWest already.
It's getting full right now.
So thank you for clarifying. Other than that, thank you for continuing to push. It's really exciting to see our PCI go up year over year. I believe in you and your team's ability to hit 80. So no pressure, but yeah, please keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Yeah, thank you, Director Amiri. I'm always impressed by the quality of work that comes out of your organization, and really appreciate your thoughtfulness in terms of the budget, and also in meeting our vision for 80, an 80 score PCI. I know when I first moved here, really felt, as much as I love the community, the roads were pretty atrocious. And nowadays I'm really feeling, it's very different. It's night and day different, right? And so I congratulate you on that and hope that we can, continue in all parts of the city to continue to improve pavement. But there's also in all of these things that most folks in the city just never really necessarily recognize how much comes out of your department. So, water quality, airport operations, people who maybe have a specialized interest in these things might be aware of it, but your average resident doesn't. And so you guys are kind of silently in the background, so to speak, taking care of the business of the city. And it's just very impressive. And the Safe Street planning in particular, when those issues came to light most recently, your response to that has been excellent. I hope you'll continue to put pressure on there. And in any event, I just very, very thrilled with the quality of work that you and your colleagues in your department are able to pull forth. So thank you for that. Thank you, Mayor.
Has the budget situation impacted your prioritization of your projects? So you adjust, I see that you made reductions of impacts to the general fund, but are there certain projects that you're just not going to move forward because of the general fund?
So there are a few projects that are either partially or fully funded by general fund, and we have delayed those projects. One example would be median landscape projects, although they are good and they improve the quality of life, but because they are funded mostly by general fund, we have, given priority to other projects this year.
Okay, so all the critical infrastructure is continuing to move forward during this budget time?
Correct. Some projects depend on grants as well. So to the extent that we are applying for grants, but we haven't received them yet, we wait till we receive those grants before we can come to you and ask for the projects to be awarded.
Okay, and then I know you are going after WIFIA with the infrastructure that is going to be upgraded. How is that impacting the operational budget? Are you going to see an increase of staffing if there's new processes that come online, new technology that comes online at the plant?
Yes, if I receive the WIFIA loan, the increases that council has approved for our wastewater fund are going to be adequate. Those increases are going to be adequate to fund the additional staff that we need to run the operation of the enhanced plant.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Zermenio.
Mayor, thank you, and Alex, thank you very much for a great job. You didn't mention anything about bicycle lanes, so I mean, that's something I'm sure that's also will keep going, bicycle safety. Besides, pedestrian safety, yes, but bicycle greenways.
Absolutely, absolutely. I just wanted to mention that we have 4 interchanges on I-880 that we are responsible for. The interchange that we are pushing forward is A and I-880 because that is mostly a bicycle improvement and pedestrian improvement. So that has priority over the other ones right now.
Excellent, excellent. And just a small reminder on Sky West, let's keep the clubhouse, please. And thank you for a great job.
Thank you.
Okay. I just wanted to highlight your department's work on the Hayward Rides program. Last night, I was at the Youth Commission, and I think every single youth commissioner still, they have their bike and they're happy and they're riding it. They're riding to school, and they. Yesterday, I was talking. I forget what I was reporting to them on, and And I said, oh, I think it was about summer jobs. And I was like, yeah, you have a job in Hayward and, you don't have to travel too far. And somebody in the room said, yeah, we could ride our bikes, boom. And so that, what your department has done, I think, is what we have been trying to do, and that is launch the very first generation of carbon-free, travelers and commuters. And so I just wanted to say thank you for keeping that and keeping that going.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your leadership.
And when we do get that WIFIA loan, let's bring Senator Padilla here and break ground or cut the ribbon or do something.
That would be fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah, but turn the water on or something. But anyways, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Before we move on, can we take like a 5-minute break just to stand up? Okay. 5 minutes. 7 minutes.
Recording stopped.
Do you know?
Well, of course, yeah. I don't know. It's not something about yeah, so it's here. We're hosting it. It starts at
Recording in progress.
Okay. Let's see. I think we have five more to go. 6. Okay. Next we have Chief Hamry, and he promises 3 slides. Or 2 slides. Oh, wow. Nice.
One title slide.
1 title slide, 3 slides. Okay. Chief Hamry, take it away.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. Starting off with our considerations and our service impacts. The biggest one with an engine company, a squad shutdown, we do have a reduced response capacity from staffing reductions. Staff has done a really good job leaning into the challenge. Right now, we are maintaining our response times through strategic response adjustments, training schedule changes, and working on our streetlight preemptive repairs. We are, however, monitoring reduced redundancy and simultaneous call demand. And the simultaneous call demand is something we're seeing where our call volume has gotten to the point that certain districts are starting to see multiple calls at the same time more and more often. The more busy that district gets, like downtown district, in a 2-year period, simultaneous calls is up 19%. Station 7 is our next busiest, up 17%. So you can see where as our growth is growing, multiple calls in the same district is becoming something that we're keeping an eye on. Next bullet point, reduced cost with impact to training. As far as the reduced costs, I really want to shout out our partnership with Local 1909 leadership they've taken in the concession bargaining. Payroll this year projected to reduce total payroll by $6.8 million and overtime by $2.6 million. However, I want to point out we've gone into very strict overtime control, and some of those are deferred costs. We've delayed academies, which has a cost which will come back in the future when we start to fill positions. We've also cut down on a lot of our specialized rescue and training classes. For us, it's a little bit different. We're like a firefighter in Engine 1. If we want to send them to a class somewhere to get the specialized training they need, it creates a vacancy on that engine. To keep that vacancy, that engine company in service, Engine 1, you have to pay someone to be in that spot on overtime. We recognize the challenge this year and next year, so we've been really tight on our overtime control, but there is a deferred cost there. Prevention capacity was initially reduced, but core volume is on schedule, or core work is on schedule. Staff has done a really extraordinary job reorganizing workflows, updating fees, closing process gaps, and increased outside plan check to keep inspections and plans review current. I just want to point out we're current on both inspections and plan review in spite of having a frozen plans examiner and a hazmat inspector. Our community outreach and public education has been reduced. To preserve emergency management capacity, the public education officer position was reassigned to that function, reducing prevention education, community engagement, and public outreach. We're just short a position that normally would handle those things 24/7. We're picking up some of the slack, but you just can't replace losing that person. We definitely prioritize emergency management as one of our core things that you cannot go without. But we have seen a decrease on the community outreach and public education, and we're still trying to solve that problem. Next slide. All right, for goals, we're trying to modernize our technology to improve efficiency and data quality. We're adopting new technologies to improve regional interoperability, analytics, and rapid disaster assessments. These programs include tablet command, image trend, and quick capture. Main thing is trying to create the Bay Area and the state as a whole is creating platforms that put us all on the same page. So if someone comes into Hayward to support us, they basically it links the different dispatch centers because we all have a different CAD system. It's a new platform that allows us all to see the same thing and trade resources back and forth. So you know right where people are, you know who's coming, and process things quicker as we deal with regional events. On the image trend, we're trying to work on quality and speed of report writing, and a big thing for us is increasing our analytics so we have a much better operational picture of the challenges that we're seeing across the community. The second one is This year, we kind of hit everything lined up all at the same time. So we are completing accreditation, audits, and department assessments. The priorities includes the Coupa Hazmat audit, our State Fire Training Academy accreditation, our ISO assessment, and we are currently finishing up our standards of cover and community risk assessment. And the last goal that we have listed here today is strengthening our training, succession planning, and operational readiness. Similar to our partners at the police department, we have about 30 potential retirements over the next few years. Could affect key operational leadership positions, making leadership development and readiness planning a priority. At that time, we'll take your questions.
Since I've already said it, I won't say it too much longer, but we need to have the county and the state reimburse us for services provided by our fire department due to their impacts. Okay. Wanted to know more about engineering review. I know that the planning department spent a lot of time on business-friendly ordinance and to make some upgrades to the actual review and the codes. Wanted to see if there is anything that was being done on the fire side.
So,
Is there a partnership that y'all are doing to see how we can get review times to be quicker?
I'd say there's two things. One is we've expanded and kind of our access to consultants in our busy time. And what we have is we have one fire protection engineer. When a development like the Stack Center comes in and they drop off an 800-page document, it's hard for us to keep up. So we've really leaned into using outside plan review for when those busy periods happen. And what we've also done is actually DSD, we had a meeting last week. We're trying to identify where the gaps are because we've changed from everyone coming to the permit center and having one spot, everyone's on the same page together, to having multiple consultants, it's on the web, stuff comes in, and trying to eliminate all those gaps. And I got to give it to DSD for reaching out and being like, how do we close those gaps? So the conversations are definitely happening. I think this next year, we're going to close a few more gaps and be even more in line and on the same page and communicating better to the businesses we serve.
Okay. And then one thing, just in general, from my perspective on the infrastructure committee, wanted to see, do you all look at the plans that are coming into infrastructure prior or before? Because sometimes I feel like I hear that the fire department is reviewing things, and sometimes I'm hearing that it's after. Are there any efficiencies in reviewing those types of like citywide projects that you guys are looking at? Like, for example, what happened with Hayward Boulevard? Like, I would hear comments from folks from the fire department sometimes saying, I don't know about this, but then I hear it's fine. And I just want to make sure that we're seeing those efficiencies, because sometimes it gets to the dais and then, you know, we have to think about that stuff, not just because of the residents, but I'm also thinking about public safety and fire.
When you, just to clarify, when you say Hayward Boulevard, are you talking about traffic calming?
Traffic calming, impacts to emergency services.
So we've definitely reached out to Public Works and then traffic engineering and developed a relationship to just be in the front and having those conversations early. Okay. To identify any challenges that we might have. And they've been really good partners. Talking to Lucas and some other people around the city, just closing that so we're not being surprised by anything later.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Councilmember Roach.
Thank you. I just wanted, so you were saying, you know, so you have an engine and a squad that were, right, so a squad for the engine that were, that are not operational right now because of the staffing situation. And that was because of the reduction in the minimum staffing, is that right?
That's correct.
And then, but just to be clear, there's no stations that have been shut down, right?
No, all 9 stations are still operational.
Are still open, good. And then, you know, you were saying how, so it's hard to do training and things like that because of the reduction in overtime. And so I guess I'm just trying to sort of square that. Is that a reduction in minimum staffing? Because we didn't lose any staff, right, during this whole thing, right? So the staff is still, we didn't lay off firefighters, for example.
Yeah, no, it's not from laying off firefighters.
Okay.
It's just our operational controls. When we looked at our areas that we could cut overtime, one of the things that we kind of made a choice to temporarily stem back was sending people to classes. Mm-hmm. For our 40-hour staff, it's very easy. We're like, you know, the cubicle or that desk is vacant and other people pitch in. For our 56-hour work staff at the station level, like the seat's empty, the engine's not in service.
Okay. And was that always paid for by overtime training?
A lot of it is, yeah.
Okay.
For like the full, like there's specialized training like the urban search and rescue for preparing for the earthquake. Those are usually 32 to 40-hour classes. Mm-hmm. At some point, they're going to line up with the work schedule of, say, the firefighter and engine 1. And the only way to get them there is to
to give them relief and then fill that vacancy.
Someone else comes in and fills it by overtime. Okay. All right, just trying to understand it because I know we didn't actually lose staff, but that makes sense. And then the downtown station issue, you said, what did you say the calls were up on that one?
Their call volume of simultaneous calls, so 2 calls at the same time in district, is up 19% over 2 years. So it's
Over 2
about
years.
1,800 calls that happen in that district. That's the second call in that district. It's about a 6,000 call district.
Okay, and then because I know Regis Village is an increase in some of that, I mean, do you attribute that to a large percentage of that at this point? And do you see that, reducing at some point? Because, that Regis Village just hasn't fully occupied yet. So I'm just concerned about that.
Yeah, I would say there are higher call volume generators. District 1 has several, to be honest. Like there's several senior care facilities, there's skilled nursing facilities, and somewhere like Bax where you're collecting people together, that's a higher call volume.
Okay.
Which what I would expect when you look at Engine 1, they have several of those in that district.
So maybe in the future it would be great, and we can talk about it on the Public Safety Committee too, that we just keep those, the sort of items to see, like have these, like if we have a new senior facility, Bax gets fully staffed, like what is the bump up in call volume? And that just continues now going forward. And therefore, how do we ask like the county to subsidize some of that, or the state from a, senior living point of view, that if that's what we're dealing with now, because we are, providing housing and opportunities for seniors and for the homeless, like where can we try to get assistance for that? All right, thank you.
Yeah, appreciate the changes that you're looking at, the ones that you've made, the operational efficiency. Can you just give me at a high level what your succession plan looks like?
I think what we're looking at in the next several years, when you look at the 30 people that are leaving, they're more senior in the department. So you're looking at trying to have a better operational training for the executive leadership team, as well as our battalion chiefs and our captains. And it's basically building that up over time. We've built up our captains level training, our drivers training since the years that I've been here. I think for us is the next level is really providing, I think one of the biggest challenges in the fire department is most of us come in and we're really good at pulling hose and cutting holes, and then getting to a more executive position is a challenge. And then because of constant staffing, it's how do you get people off of engines to teach them those skills?
So that's sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. So that's a challenge that you're facing, is how do you get them off of the rigs and into the classrooms, is what you're saying?
Yeah, one of the things we're looking to do in this year, we'd like to create a battalion chiefs academy and continue to build upon our captain's academy.
Okay.
Just identifying that as a goal, because right now there's so many things that are going on, and it's easy to lose sight of that. But you look out 2-3 years from now, if we don't prioritize that as a goal as a department, we could get behind really quick.
Gotcha. And I imagine that you're sending folks away to go to these schools, or are you bringing educators to your regional training facility?
As much as we can, we try to bring them here to take control. When we bring people in, we choose the best instructors or some of our best experienced instructors to teach, and that's priority. That usually a better training environment to the way we do things in Hayward's understanding our budget, understanding how our city operates.
Yeah, sure.
That would be our plan A. Plan B, there are classes that are taught, like urban search and rescue.
Yeah.
We don't have a rubble pile. We have a lot down there, but there are some classes that going off site is better.
Yeah, it's funny. You made me laugh when you said rubble pile, because I was thinking about some of the dump sites around town, but I would not recommend your firefighters be practicing on those things. If I can switch gears just a little bit, I like it that you're pursuing technology initiatives for the reasons that you stated. I think there's operational efficiencies can be captured there. One of the things that we talked about with the drone first responder program is having an electronics package on there so that in a search and rescue, it has potentially, in fact, one of the vendors out there has a signal detection package on there for, I think, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, maybe cell phone. And so if you're looking for someone that might be, trapped or in a, broader area, you're looking for them, that might be potentially some technology that can help assist there. So I would just ask you to be open-minded about that. And the other technologies that you talked about, the tablet command, and I think you and I had spoken privately about this, that you are pursuing state funding for those things. Are there anything that you need from your council members to make phone calls or sign letters to help free up the funding to get you those things?
So for tablet command, we're using the mutual aid funding we get back when we send crews out. They give us, like the state, when we send someone to Southern California, they're basically renting the engine company. So, and they give you a stipend of money to repurpose your tools. Because it's such a valuable tool for mutual aid, we're using that as the fund, which also benefits us back home. Mm-hmm. There are grants we're pursuing, especially on the community risk reduction front, on the wildland vegetation management. There's definitely some avenues there that we would appreciate the help.
Okay, good. Yep. So let us know how we can help. And then there's a couple of there's a private organization. It's I think it's called the Wildfire. In any event, Oakland has one after the Oakland wildfires happened. I think that's called like the Fire Council or something like that. Have we opened up any opportunity, any dialogue to have something like that here in Hayward?
Yeah, there's a couple of avenues there. There's the regional wildfire councils that do open up grant opportunities that we'll look at all the time and try and we're looking at OES, the wildfire councils, CAL FIRE, as ways to generate, because we run our chipping program and our fuel management program exclusively off grants. Like none of it comes from general fund. There are also Firewise communities that you'll see in the Oakland Hills and Berkeley Hills, and our goal on a community outreach point is to build some of those into Hayward. Currently, we don't have Firewise communities. They're actually communities that the neighborhood basically becomes an entity, and then they can go out and create grant opportunities for that community.
Okay, very good. So that might be something that we can help with also.
Yep.
So very good. Okay, thank you. That's it. Thanks.
Councilmember Bonilla.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chief Hamry. Great update. Really appreciate that. I had a similar question as Councilmember Roche, which is there any correlation to the increase in simultaneous calls in the downtown district? You know, can that be correlated to St. Regis? And you know, if so, does that drive a different conversation that we need to be having with BACS and with our county partners just around to, I think, what Councilmember Andrews was saying, the disproportionate impact their services are having on our fire department?
Yeah, and I think right now, and one of the goals we had was modernizing technology, and the one in the middle there was image trend, and a big part of that is our current reporting system makes it really hard to pull information. So it's a whole team of people that have to pull it out and scrub it manually to find out. We're working and trying to look at the system that PD has actually and seeing if we can leverage that. And also the image trend, which will be our new patient care report system, has a much better way of pulling data out and having a much better operational picture to quantify exactly how much of those calls are coming from these high call generating addresses. We have a general idea, but I would like to dig into it more and have a more specific. But yes, I would say BACS is one of the higher call volume generators. But every skilled nursing facility is a high volume call generator.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, I can understand the high volume call generation if there's emergencies there. But I think the calls that we're getting is probably what the frustration is, right? I mean, if there's really emergencies and we need to be responding, well, then that's what the fire department is there for, right? But the fire department probably isn't there because somebody defecated on themselves and needs to be transported, you know, or whatever the cases are that you guys are going there for. So I think the call types, in addition to the call volume, is an important conversation that we need to have with our partners to make sure that they understand the impact their facilities are having on public safety in our community. And then my second question was, as it relates to the simultaneous calls that we're having more of, is that impacting response time at all, or are we able to handle that with the crews that we have and with the people in the stations?
That's a good question, and since January, when we rolled back Engine 11 and Squad 2, we've been really monitoring that. We did some proactive things ahead of time, like some of the
lower risk calls we're sending less units to try and maintain. I think the word right now is we're maintaining. So far, but we've made some changes from January to now to be able to maintain that service level. And one thing, look at the trends, our call volumes will continue to go up, and those simultaneous calls will grow at a higher rate as those districts become busier.
Yeah, no, I just really appreciate you and the department's creative approach to kind of trying to tie all of these ends together to maintain, our response times, considering all of these other constraints that you're dealing with. So thank you for that. And then my final question is, can we, and I'm sure we are, but can we just even be more intentional about career pathways within the fire department for the fire department to be more representative of our community? So when we think about how we're building up this, pipeline and how we're going to go and recruit for 30 or build these next set of leaders, how do we do so in a way that really centers these opportunities in leaders that look like and represent the community a little bit more fully? I think that that's still an opportunity our fire department has. So I think as we look at, your goals of succession planning and building your bench and building your department, just making sure that we're being intentional about how we're partnering with Chabot and how we're partnering with our high schools and how we're creating these pathways for these jobs to be for Hayward people to the extent possible.
Yeah, it's a point well taken. And actually, yesterday I met with Eden Area ROP, and we're trying to work on their succession planning because right now we have a retired Hayward fire captain that is the Eden Area ROP, and it's been that link. And he's been doing it since he retired 15 years ago, and working full time. And he started as someone that was part time, and now 5 days a week he's been there since retirement. He's going to be stepping away, and right now we're trying to problem solve that because we want to keep that Hayward Eden Area ROP link. So it's point well taken. It's definitely something we're looking to keep the progress we have with both Chabot College and Eden Area ROP.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Chief.
In fact, there is a one of my students right now is at Chabot on track. Hopefully he'll get to Hayward. But Mayor Pro Tem Cyril.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Really appreciate seeing these goals and these considerations. I think I'll just focus my comment primarily. I like this idea of the Firewise communities, and I think my main concern is around evac and wildfire preparation, especially given that we have like a moderate risk area in the Hayward Hills. Do you feel like that falls within the current key goals you've outlined on the slides, or is there not room or bandwidth to start thinking through like laying the groundwork for Firewise communities this year?
I think we had that as one of our definitely main goals last year.
Okay.
And we've been reaching out and having conversations. Anyone that's willing to have that conversation when you're out in the community is like this. We're looking for partners and to be able to leverage our ability to spread and reduce the community risk reduction. Because doing it with our staff alone, like I said, everything we do is off a grant.
Yeah. So if I were to maybe reframe my question, then what kind of support might we provide as folks that are out in the community and directing folks that are interested in supporting the Firewise program? Like, is there staff capacity to receive that interest from the community? What would that look like?
Yeah, I'd say right now would be a great time.
Okay.
I think we had a lot of demand, and we just finished up today our whole EOC emergency management cycle. And Captain Barbano has been very focused on that. He kind of put away the Firewise Community Hub cert for a little bit, and we'll be pulling that back out. And he's kind of wearing multiple hats at the moment.
Okay, great. And so I guess then the answer to like wildfire prevention or preparation or evac preparation is really just about finding the community interest and connecting it with the department.
Yeah, and I think for us is like we're going to have a little more opportunity now is being a little more proactive and trying to find both ways.
Okay, great. And just plus one on modernizing tools. It sounds like, if we're unable to do a simple data report on response calls from a certain location, that's a bit troubling for me to hear. And I'm happy that you and the department are tackling it and finding better ways for us to operate more effectively. Otherwise, thank you for all the work that you and your department are doing. I know this deficit hasn't been easy. And I appreciate the way your members have, at least 1909's members have also stepped up to support the city during this moment too. So please pass my regards on to them as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
And of course, like always, please tell the men and women at the fire department to be safe. Thank you. Our next presenter is Director Rollman with Maintenance Services.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm going to start with our considerations and service impacts. They are pretty consistent across the department for non-urgent requests. The reality is we're still going to do the things we've always done. We're going to do them slower. That's just the reality of the place that we're at right now. So starting in streets, our response times for illegal dumping, graffiti, homeless camps going from same day, next day, we're going to be looking at 72 to 96 hours. That's the current trend. Similarly, in landscape, we're going to continue to expand our urban forest. Over the last few years, we've increased our minimum tree planting goal up to 1,500. We're going to ramp that back down to 1,000 trees this year. Similarly, facilities, right now, in the past, we've been 72 to 96 hours. Requests now will be up to 120 hours for internal requests. Again, non-urgent requests. And in fleet, our preventative maintenance schedules, we are really starting to lean into prioritization on our public safety fleet even more so than we have in the past. White fleet will require longer turnaround times. White fleet, anything that's not police or fire will have longer turnaround times. Next slide. So our goals for 2027, one of the things that was mentioned earlier is the expansion of bike lanes in the city. One of the gaps we've had for maintenance has been street sweeping inside those bike lanes. We've not had equipment to get in those bike lanes. We've been expending a lot of manual labor going in, blowing them out, sweeping them out. So we're going to launch a citywide protected bike lane program this year using a compact bike lane sweeper that we're due to take receipt on at the end of this month, end of May. In landscape, we're going to implement the city's first tree management software. The citywide inventory, which has taken place over the last year, recently wrapped up. This will be the backbone of our tree maintenance program. In facilities, we are just wrapping up our energy conservation project. One of the things you guys will notice is all of the lighting in the council chambers was upgraded over the last week. It was finished yesterday. And we are also implementing a facilities work order software solution. And the last goal in fleet over this next year will be the replacement of 6 vehicle lifts that are, many of them are out of compliance, all are at the end of their useful life. The fleet building, I think, opened up in I'm looking at Alex, 70s, early 70s. All of the fleet equipment in there, the lifts and everything are original to the building. So over the next 6 years, we're gonna build out replacing those. All of the new lifts are fully self-contained. If and when we get to a new building, they're gonna be able to be leveraged in the new location. So with that, I said I'd be quick, and that's it. I'll take questions.
The lights work.
The lights work, and
I think last council meeting, I walked into my office and all the lights are off, but the outside lights had lit up the whole room. It was, and then I turned on my lights. Councilmember Domenico.
Thank you, Mayor. Excellent work. Thank you for the sweeping of the bicycle lanes. That's really been, I received some complaint. So
for sure.
So there is a little machine that goes in there?
There is. We've ordered one. We're having difficulties getting delivery from one vendor, so we relaunched with another vendor. It is in process of being shipped right now. Construction is complete, so it's maximum width is 48 inches. We can squeeze it down a little more narrow than that. We work closely with Public Works to make sure that no bike lane is more narrow than X inches. So we are going to roll that into our regular street sweeping program, probably more frequently during the winter than the summer, just with leaves coming down and everything.
And it'll be trailered over to whatever city. You're not gonna.
No, that was actually part of us finding the right piece of equipment. It needs to be fully drivable. We just don't have the staff to trailer something out and drop it. So it needed to have at least a 25-mile-an-hour ability, and that was some of the pigeonhole trying to find the right.
When it comes to, let me know so I can take a photo of it.
Absolutely.
Excellent on the trees. I'm disappointed, lost 500, but 1,000 trees is excellent. Thank all you folks for a good job.
I will, thank you.
Councilmember Andrews.
I know the Clean Green Commission has been bringing up illegal dumping ordinance, but the question is of enforcement. Will the budget impact our look at that?
Yeah, in reality, it will. I think it's a matter of how many bodies do we have on the street. Enforcing that ordinance takes us some time. I will say that we've been working closely with Sarah's team, Director Bowser's team in development services to try to leverage that's their area of expertise. So we're looking for ways to improve the processes that we have in place to use it more, because it is an effective tool. It's just a matter of having somebody out being able to do it.
Okay. And then I asked this question earlier, but it probably should have been more for you about the fleet management and the CARB mandate of zero emission vehicles. And
Yeah, we remain in full compliance with CARB right now. We've continued to remain in compliance both in purchasing EVs and in reporting. Rules change year to year, administration to administration. As it sits today, we're in compliance.
okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Rollman. I'm going to get better about this. On the, so the dumping days we're not doing anymore. Is that right? We sort of gave that up now for staff issues. And are there, because we got rid of the dumping days, is there an increase in sort of Access Hayward demands for dumping days? And is there some wash there that maybe we're not saving as much as we thought?
I think we're still looking at that. I think, while it was a great program, I think to give the community opportunities, are we seeing an increase in illegal dumping? I wouldn't say drastically. Okay. But I think the gap that we found now is really the opportunity to connect with the community, pass out literature, talk about things that we're doing. The one thing our staff did really well, those of you who attended those, was work the line. We'd have a line of cars. Every car got literature. Everybody was having a conversation. So I think that gap, the ability to communicate about the programs that we do have, is probably one of our bigger losses, to be really honest.
Maybe that's something we should look at then to see where our cost saving really is happening there with that, giving that up. Okay, thank you, for answering that. I was just curious. And then on this cute new, street sweeper that apparently is going to go in the bike lanes, I noticed some of the new bike lane pilot projects, cars are parking in the bike lane, like they're getting in around the bollards and they're parking in there. I assume, that will just be an ongoing problem, right? Trying to get in there.
It will be. It'll be an ongoing problem. I think one of the interesting dynamics in maintenance services is that we enforce street sweeping zones in our own department. So I think we have the ability to both sweep and enforce. So I think,
okay, great.
I think we'll have some flexibility.
Okay, well, that would be great, actually. Maybe that'll train people out of the Ballard area. And then on the code enforcement stuff, with Access Hayward, I know that there were some departments that it wasn't going through Access Hayward, that it was actually, somebody had to go manually check on that. Has that been improved yet? Or I know that's partly a city manager office issue, but is there still an issue with that?
For us, the bread and butter stuff that the community submits to us is still running solely through Access Hayward. That's the bread and butter of what we do. Illegal dumping, graffiti abatement, unhoused camps, tree trimming. That stuff is still running through Access Hayward directly to us. Okay. No issues.
Okay, so that sounds like a question for Director Bowser. And then the last one, so I was going to ask you about graffiti abatement. So that is your department, because I noticed there seems to be an increase in tagging right now. Is that
I think it fluctuates. Warm weather tends to kind of ramp it up. When school gets out, it tends to ramp up a little bit. But we handle graffiti on public property, public rights of way. So there's ebbs and flows to it. We move and dedicate the resources that we have to problems as they emerge. Okay.
Were you able, I know there was a massive graffiti on the wall up by where La Vista is going to be. Were we able to take care of that one?
We were. Okay. That was actually private property. Sarah's team, Director Bowser's team worked to get that abated quickly. So yeah.
Right, thank you. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you for the report, Director Rollman. These all make sense to me. Just really want to express gratitude to you and your team. I know this last round of layoffs that we went through, involuntary separations, maintenance in particular, got hit hard with people retiring a bit early or stepping away from the department. And so when it comes to doing a lot with a little bit, I mean, it does feel like maintenance is really setting the gold standard with that right now. So I just really appreciate all the hard work that y'all are doing to continue to provide a high level of service for our city, despite being short a significant number of staff. So just please express my gratitude to your team.
I will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think you're off the hook.
Thank you.
Madam City Manager, is Director Bowser available?
Let me see. Yes, she is. I think so.
Okay. Thank you all. I appreciate this time to share a little bit about things in DSD. Next slide, our considerations and service impacts. Just want to note for council, really, the supplies and services section of our department budgets is really the only section of the budget that department heads and departments really have a whole lot of control over. And I just wanted to share that that has been reduced over 40% over the last several fiscal years, which is really causing impacts in our ability to sort of have nimble responses to things. What I mean by that is that a number of the areas in our budget are funds that are allocated for consultant services, for helping with things in code enforcement for like immediate abatement of issues and things like that. Less money means less opportunity to respond as quickly as we may have done before. I will just caveat that. You might not think it's fast, but there are due process that private property owners are entitled to. So things do take a little more time than you might see for things that might happen in the public right of way when they're happening on private property, but that impacts our ability to really respond quickly when we have less money. Some of those items are the items that we had to reduce for consultant services as opposed to reducing training. And the reason for that is a significant portion of the training of our team has certifications that are required to do their job, whether it's a building inspector, a code inspector, some planners, landscape architects, engineers. There are requirements for them to maintain a certain level of training, to maintain their certifications, and those certifications are required for their job. So when we talked a long time ago, and as we've been dealing with this struggle with the budget, where can we cut? And a lot of departments are able to kind of reduce training, kind of focus things on online training or reducing the amount of training, but some of that is challenging for staff in our department because they have to get their certs and they have to maintain those certs, and the only way they can get that is by going to trainings. We are trying to focus on things that are either freer or free or cheaper or online to avoid additional travel costs and those kinds of things where we can, but it will impact our ability to respond quickly to some things. We have a number of vacancies and some impending retirements in some key positions. As of the end of this week, I will no longer have a planning manager, I will no longer having a building official, and I don't have a code enforcement manager. All of those positions are either vacant or they will be retired. I will be losing a supervising building inspector at the end of the fiscal year. So we're seeing a lot of key leadership management positions are leaving for retirement or they were vacant, and that is causing impacts. We've got lots of people in lower level positions wearing dual hats. That is impacting our ability to respond quickly to a number of things. So we are really having to sort of reprioritize our work in order to make sure that we're still at least meeting some minimum levels of service. We are working towards filling some of those positions, so that is the good news. It's just that takes time. We are looking towards filling the state mandated required building official position, so that recruitment is underway. We will be looking to fill the vacant code enforcement manager position. We are also asking to add a new code enforcement officer position as a part of this. What has allowed us to boldly ask for a new position of this council is the fact that we did a deep dive into our revenues as compared to the expenses for our department. And what we found out is that both our code enforcement division as well as our building division has a high percentage of cost recovery. We looked at the last like 6 or 7 fiscal years, and in all cases, the lowest level of cost recovery that we saw was 75% in both divisions. In multiple years, it was a lot closer to 100% cost recovery in both building and code enforcement. So if you might recall last year when we were here, we were talking about all the work and the numbers of programs that code enforcement has and the inability to sort of really get to certain things that we think are key. There was a lot of interest by this council to sort of get us staff, and I said, oh, I really appreciate that, but I need to figure out whether or not we can pay for them. Well, we were able to figure out we can pay for them, and we believe it's cost recovery. And I think that given the amount of work that we have in code enforcement, the number of programs, it's really important that we get an additional body in order to sort of be responsive to the needs that we're seeing in this community. Also, we have done a lot of implementation of efficiency measures, working with our friends in IT. We have explored processes to help out in the permit center. We shared this at previous council meetings, or a check-in system that is more automated. Staff loves this. We have great data from this, thanks to our friends in IT that have really helped get this together. It was all no cost other than our own staff time to do this, but we have incredible talent in our IT team that were able to create this program for us. Very excited. We also were able to address some efficiencies in our rental unit invoicing. Separately, code enforcement would do an invoice on the residential rental inspection program, and then our housing team was sending invoices via the RRSO, the Residential Rent Stabilization Ordinance. And so you had tenants that were, or tenants or property owners, or these units were receiving 2 different notices, 2 different invoices, and it was very confusing. And so what we were able to do was consolidate all of that. They receive one notice with all of the information in there. It's far less confusing for the customer. They understand what they need to pay and when they need to pay it. And we're getting a lot better compliance and far fewer questions, which is also a really good thing. And then we're in the process of looking at some streamlined approaches related to code enforcement violation notices, because we're also seeing that there seems to be some confusion related to that and some timing. So working on additional efficiency measures to hopefully be able to accommodate the work that we have with the reduced staffing. Goals for 2027, again, focusing on core services, but really in part looking at those efficiency measures, working with IT, continuing to build out the DSD activity dashboards, really trying to understand what the data is really telling us so that we can use that to target our resources and figure out where else we can be more efficient with the services that we do provide. As far as the rent registry, it is still on our goal. We will be back before council, before that with the Housing and Policy Resource Committee to explore an initial phase of a rental registry implementation. So more on that, but that is definitely on our radar and what we'll be working on. We will also have ongoing collaboration with BART related to the TOD development of the downtown BART station. A lot of that is out of our hands. This is on BART's schedule, but we are working with them to make sure, and this is both staff from Public Works as well as Development Services, in working with BART and the staff there to sort of get us to a point where we're gonna be able to solicit for development potential and get developer out there to build on that. Their timeline is pushed out a little further than I think any of us would probably like, but it's understandable. There's been a lot of turnover at BART, and so we're just working patiently with them. We now have a really great project manager on that project that's done a number of the other projects in El Cerrito and some of the areas. So I think we're in good hands now. It's just time delay. We'll have a couple of Hayward business-friendly follow-up items that we will be working on, coming back and continuing the discussion related to the accessory commercial units and addressing the deal with the definitions with the last mile delivery, truck terminal, data center type uses that didn't sort of get resolved when that project came before council. And then lastly, trying to finally bring forward the smoke-free multifamily housing ordinance for council's consideration. There are some concerns that I think staff has on the enforcement side, but we're trying to work through that with Alameda County. As long as our ordinance has got some level of enforcement to it, they have agreed, at least for the initial phase, to be great partners in educating and helping with low-level enforcement, which should help initially. I think if we're noticing that it's starting to ramp up, we may need to come back, but that'll be for a later discussion with council when we bring that forward. And that's all I have, and I'm certainly happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Bowser. Also doing quite a lot with very little, so I appreciate you naming where the areas of need are in your department. I appreciate the boldness around asking for another position when you need it, because it sounds like you definitely need it. And I see a lot of the work that you're doing is very interconnected with our thoughts around economic development as well. I mean, you helped steward for this business-friendly ordinance that we just passed recently. This TOD partnership is really about figuring out how do we create more residents, more customers to generate sales tax, more property tax. And so, you know, streamlining the ability for us to get new buildings stood up, more residents in, more sales tax, more user utility tax, it just makes sense to me. So I'm very sympathetic to that. Slight tangent, but I just wanted to commend Director Hilbrandt. You said earlier wanting to develop a culture of see something, say something. And what I like about this budget session tonight is we're hearing where it hurts. We're hearing where it's hard. And I think in the past, one of the reasons we may have found ourselves in this deficit is past budget meetings were really a parade of like, look at all the great things we're doing and not this is what we're dealing with and this is what we need and this is what we want you to consider. So I really appreciate your bluntness and your honesty about the difficulty you're experiencing in your department and also communicating the ways in which council may be able to support you in our leadership too. So yeah, very aligned with what you've put forward here tonight. Keep up the good work and thank you for staying the course despite how difficult we've made it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, thank you for all the work that you're doing, given the difficult times right now. You talked about training. I understand why that's so important. I mean, Chief Hamry talked about training as well, and I want to make sure we're not short-sighted there. We obviously have to send, everyone to the training that they need. It sounds like in some of your positions, they have to have it for their job. Yeah. So, thank you for what you have to do to continue to work through that. I want to make sure everyone's getting what they need. While, we can't sort of stop progress while we're in a deficit. So thank you for working on that. And then on the recruitment for the leadership positions, I didn't realize you had so many, coming to an end here. Good luck with that recruitment. And I just want to make sure that, while we're in this deficit and hiring freeze, that we sort of advertise this in a way that people understand these are sort of filling positions that were just now vacant, that they're not new positions, right? Because I think we're going to get some feedback about that when we announce some of these positions. So it'd be great if, you work together, I guess, with the city manager's office and HR and all that.
Yeah, I will say, some of the planning manager that will be, retiring at the end of this week and the supervising building inspector, those were not part of any salary savings. So those positions, are fully budgeted and will be able to be filled. It's really some of the other vacant positions like the code enforcement manager and some other inspector positions that we're just going to have to slow roll the hire and make sure that the revenues are really coming in to offset those costs.
Yeah.
But I think the deep dive that we did was crucial to make sure that we could demonstrate we could definitely fill the building official, definitely fill the code manager, hopefully try to get a new code inspector. So that was the purpose of that deep dive, was to be like, hey, I think they're cost recovery, but what are the numbers showing? And so doing that was like, oh, yay, they really show it's cost recovery. This is a good thing. Now it's a matter of checking and monitoring and making sure that is indeed true and continues to remain true through this fiscal year. That's why we'll kind of really slow roll it. But yeah, I hear point well taken about the recruitments.
Yeah, great. And thank you. Yeah, on the cost recovery issue, I mean, obviously, the more code enforcement officers we have, the more we're going out there and holding, people accountable where they need to be. And then also thank you on the on making the sort of noticing and the billing more efficient because, I mean, it seems like any mailing we don't have to send out is going to be cost saving, as well as, like you said, making it clearer to the landlords on that one. So thanks. And then the last thing on the multifamily smoke-free housing, I can see that's a great idea, but I am so concerned about anything that is going to be unenforceable for us, right? And I can imagine that's going to be a very hard ordinance to enforce. So I really want to be careful about that. I think it's a great idea, but that feels almost impossible to enforce, to be honest, because people do what they do in their homes, and even in their common spaces. So I'd like to be careful about how quickly we are, sort of trying to move on a new ordinance on this one before we really understand what that looks like, because, I don't want any more unenforceable, laws on the books here. So thank you very much. Yep.
Councilmember Zermeño.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you very much for a good job. Let's see, our permit center, fully staffed?
Our permit center, technically, we're down a vacant permit technician, but there's no plans to fill that right now. We're just trying to fill the critical positions that we know we need on the inspection side of things.
True.
Because we're down down a building official, down a senior inspector, down a combo inspector, and then soon to be down a supervising building inspector.
No, it's important to get folks get going on the new businesses. So that certainly will help us out. You have my blessing on a new code enforcement. Go ahead, by all means. On the smoking and multi-houses, are you working with Eden Youth Center on this? Okay.
Very much so.
Okay.
They've been very engaged this entire time, and I'm sure they're like, how come this isn't adopted yet? So yes, we are working with them.
I'm reminded all the time of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the report. Definitely support the code enforcement, and actually I was gonna say, if you have a process of having a business case for a new position, I don't know if personnel committee or staff already has that process in place, but I would love to see how you have a business case process before we add new positions. Just, I don't think we need to see every position, but just, I would be curious to see how we're doing the justifications of these new positions, because I'm sure that's gonna be questions from the public, given the budget situation. So I'm happy to hear that, but I also wanna advocate for the code enforcement, because I do see it as a matter of public safety as well. So definitely want that. As far as the smoke-free multifamily housing ordinance, I am concerned about the impacts as we were trying to keep people in their homes. And there is a discrepancy of what people can do in a single-family home versus an apartment. And I would love to hear if this is going to impact those residents who may have an addiction to smoking cigarettes, and it's something that they can buy legally, and they're going to be impacted by this. What is the fallout from that? And are we going to see increases of evictions because of this ordinance? And what is the response from the advocates for that? So very concerned that we're moving on that. So I would just like to see more information on how we're going to respond and what is the county's response to it so far. And then as far as the your retirements and people leaving, how is that impacting, like, have we saw the maintenance department show number of hours and days? I know every application is different, but is there some kind of, estimate of how much longer things are going to take to get reviewed?
Don't have metrics on that specifically. What I would say is the market is what the market is, and so some of the work is slowed, so maybe we're also getting lucky that simultaneously having slight reduction in staff is also pairing with a reduction in a little bit of the workload, so it's okay, but it is something that we're going to actively monitor and just make sure that we're okay. We got a lot of people wearing a few different hats. I think we've got great capacity throughout the department, which is amazing. I worry about how sustainable that is long-term. We may be fine for 6 months, but then there could be a breaking point. So just trying to be sensitive to, overly impacting certain individuals in certain roles. And so just making sure that we've got enough coverage or enough duplication. So a lot of cross-training, making sure we've got people learning and knowing how to do everything so that you don't lose that all when somebody walks out the door or is retired or whatever it might be. So lots of strategies to try to make sure that we're getting there. Not seeing a big impact in delays in anything, in either inspections, in plan reviews, on the planning side or the building side. That all seems to be on par. Like, we haven't seen some significant reductions. We've also made some of the improvements I think I shared before, is really doing that deep dive and what review is this project on, making sure that we're really reaching out and taking those extra steps to just ensure that we're getting projects through the process as fast as we can. And then doing as much partnering as we can across departments, across all the reviewing departments, and just, what kind of processes and procedures can we put in place to shore that up and ensure that we're not letting those timelines slip too much.
Okay, and the last thing is also concerned about the training. It's very hard to keep up with all the codes and laws that change year to year. So whatever we can do to retain as much as that as possible, that'd be great. Thanks.
Councilmember Goldstein.
Director Bowser, I've had the pleasure of being able to work with you for a great number of years, and I really do admire that the vision that you bring to, streamline and to serve our community by doing things differently has really just stood out. And one thing that stands out for me this year is that you took on the dashboard. I'm not sure what you're calling it, but that IT dashboard project. And I did. What are you calling it?
Yeah, they're dashboards. So there are development dashboards. So we're trying to create them full of lots of good data, pulling from existing sources, but putting it all in one place, really to kind of start visualizing and seeing the metrics to see how well we're doing. And it's hard sometimes when it's in an enclosed system, but I think being able to pull that out with IT's help, it's going to be phenomenal to be able to have all of that in place. So we're just calling it a DSD dashboard. I don't really know what else to call it.
Okay, great. So I got to see the dashboard. I'm not sure if any of my colleagues did, but I could see how much easier it would make for you to decide where to allocate resources, because you're really looking at the volume of incoming traffic, the volume of cases that each individual has, the case closure, but also the revenue income from each of those projects. And so I just think that the vision that you had to use that data for guiding your management principles within DSD was spot on. And I hope that actually serves as a catalyst throughout the rest of the organization. I happen to agree that the simple fact that you're able to tie revenue stream to those positions is certainly reason enough for us to agree. In my opinion, you'll have to convince my council members, but my colleagues here, but that's my opinion. And then just a question for you. You talked about you reduced your budget by 40%. Was that overall or just a segment of your budget?
Just the segment of my budget. So I can't control salaries and benefit costs. I can't control the internal service fund transfers. We can control and identify our supplies and services portion of our budget. And it's that portion of our budget that is, just that portion alone has gone down 40% over the last several fiscal years.
Okay, that's still pretty significant part of your budget, so I appreciate that. And then you mentioned that that had an impact on response, but I'm wondering, just off the top of your head, can you quantify what that impact is? If you can't, that's okay, but just if you're able to at some point, that'd be good for us to know.
Yeah, I can give you a flavor of it, but I don't know that I could quantify it, but I'm happy to look into that a little further. But I think the challenge is that if we don't have, let's say, our contract or the amount we have in the code enforcement budget for outside consultants that assist us with either graffiti abatement or property abatement or whatever it might be. Let's say that the only amount that we have is, let's say, $10,000, and we have 3 contracts, and we've got to allocate that out. But then we have an issue with a site that's got a lot of issues to it, and we've tried working with the property owner. They're not responsive. We need to go in and abate that. One site could literally eat up that entire budget. Yes, we then assess the property, they do pay it, but not having the liquid dollars makes it difficult to respond to the next case or the next case until that first one pays and replenishes the budget. So just from a color perspective, that's what I can say. I'd have to dig in and quantify actual specifics, but that's what ends up happening, is that then what we will need to do is continue to work with the property owner, and we don't have that ability to jump in and abate to sort of address the issue on their behalf. We have to wait and work through the system with them, with the private property owner, to address it. So it just means some of those nuisance issues may remain a little longer.
So are there any outside funding sources that might fill that gap? So when we have an expense like that and we're billing a property owner, are there any other funding sources that we might be able to use?
Not that I've seen, but our staff has been actively looking at a number of grant opportunities to see what we can find. So we were successful in obtaining a grant for $153,000 over 3 years on the tobacco enforcement program, which is great because that will help offset some of the costs associated with the enhanced work that we added to that program this year. We are looking at urban greening grants, and we're partnering with a few different departments here towards trying to obtain some grants related to that that would probably help with tree planting and other things. Looking at a grant related to fireworks enforcement, trying to apply for money for that fund that might help offset some of the costs associated with that, but haven't seen anything for some of the nuisance type issues. But we're always looking to find opportunities to get different funding source to kind of keep providing services.
Very good. Good work. Thank you.
Thank you. The smoke-free multifamily housing ordinance, I'm kind of getting a sense sense that, you know, it's not a priority, which, you know, sort of kills me because this is really coming from, you know, all these students that are, you know, and if there is one thing that we could model is an ordinance that kind of emanates from, you know, students in the community who live in these areas that are impacted this every day. And so, anyways, I think there might be, anyways, just do your best, but, you know, I get it. Okay, thank you very much. Our next presenter is the Hayward Public Library. Is Director Adelman in the room?
And then also one of the things we're. Okay. All right, well, at least they didn't hear the bad news. I'll make sure they hear the good news. Yeah. And one of the things also, I really want to talk on the impact on staff. Staff are really struggling because they are working so many hours on desk in the public area, but they also, most of the public services staff are now working 3 Saturdays a month, which is really quite big. If you have young children at home, it really does make an impact. And then we also have loss of some of our databases, and 2 really popular ones are Hoopla and Canopy, and the community has really spoken up about that, about this loss of these 2. Can we go to the next screen, please? Let me see if I can do that myself. Okay. Yeah, so we have very modest goals, I will say. So one of the things, one of our big goals, though, is to increase Weeks Library branch utilization. We did remodel the Weeks branch, and we really felt that was a good way to get people in, but we're finding it hasn't been as successful as we had hoped. And part of it is because of the nature of the, the unhoused community, some of the problems we have over there, but we've really upped our programming over there, and we really hope hoping that people will come in and stay. Literacy program, even though the state has cut funding for us, we do want to maintain all our ESL and adult literacy services at their current level. So we're really working hard on that. And one thing I want to add in relation to this is our current ESL, our literacy librarian, is completely temporary. So we would like to, and we've looked at based on some of the changes we've made recently, is try to make that a permanent position. So there is more continuity and stability in that department. And it's a service that Hayward really, really needs. And then, of course, the community programs, we really want to continue to maintain our community programs. Again, this is very difficult because public services staff are the staff who plan the programs, most of them, and they are working a lot more hours on desk than they used to in the past. And then, of course, Trunk or Treat has been moved over to HARD because that was a very labor-intensive program, but we still want to continue to maintain our program attendance and level of programming. And then, again, I would like to really, this is sort of more of a personal goal for me, is to support the 2 fundraising groups and really try to strengthen their ability to raise funds and, sort of keep our impact on the general fund to a minimum. Yeah. And with that, I will take any questions you have.
Thank you. Wanted to ask a little bit more about Moby and Kirby. When we acquired those services, did we look at staffing ongoing for that, or is it mainly the donations is for the van?
So the donations were for the vans, but we had at that time Hayward Promise Neighborhoods we thought would continue for a long time, and so that it was a combination of the two that was going to keep it going. And I will say the Martins Foundation has been very concerned that Kirby and Moby are not out in the community, but we're talking to them. We'll try to see what we can do. The problem is we don't even have the staff. Even with get the funding, we'd have to add staff in order to get the bookmobiles out on the streets.
Okay. Yeah. Is there any partnership we can have with HARD on the Makerspace or Moby and Kirby to operate those?
Yes and no.
Okay.
The services are different. What we do are different. I mean, with librarians, we have a specific training, a specific way we provide service. So right now, Kirby and Moby have nothing on them. They are just, as the staff will say, only the spiders, nothing else. Mm-hmm. And so we'd have to then sort of fit them again and fill them up with the books. Get Moby, we never got all of the equipment on the technologies. So it would take a significant investment to get them out there.
Okay. And then for the Trunk or Treat, are they managing Trunk or Treat at Heritage Plaza, or is it going to go somewhere else?
It's going to go to Kennedy Park.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, got it.
That's the plan.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Roach.
Thank you. And because your microphone was dead, I wanted to say for the public consumption that despite public comment, our libraries are open. Both libraries are open.
That's correct. Both libraries are open.
Just wanted to be clear about that, even though, of course, I look forward to the day that we can bring back these hours, right, for the staff. So thank you. And yeah, I mean, obviously you've been hit hard on the staffing, so sorry about that. And thank you what you're doing to maintain. I mean, it seems like Hayward Promise Neighborhoods grant was a big impact on that, right, to not be able to cover that grant in the general fund. Is that right? Like how many staff were supported through the Hayward Promise Neighborhood?
So I would say 2 of the program assistants were supported through Hayward Promise Neighborhood. 2 permanent program assistants and 2 temporary program assistants for sure was supported through that. And then we had like temporary hours we would do. Okay. We would use. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, thanks for defining that, because I just want to make clear that it's not that we cut these from the general fund per se. They were being funded in an ongoing basis by the Hayward Promise Neighborhood.
Yeah, there was a combination.
It made it impossible for us to move forward with some of these positions. So thanks for clarifying that, because it is really hard hit. You know, the library was really hard hit, and unfortunately, we couldn't absorb those into the general fund. So
correct.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. And then on Hoopla and Canopy, I know that's a big loss, but aren't people able to, while we have to cut back on these services, can they go to the county libraries or other libraries to use these services as well?
They can, and we do let people know that. But one of the things we're very careful about, we do get funding from the state and other places because we have our jurisdictions, which is based on the population in our area, and the state, county gets funding based on their population service area. So, we try to be careful. We try to be sort of considerate that we are supposed to serve our own population, but we definitely let people know. And more, for example, San Francisco has found that so many people are using their services that their own population is not able. So they'd be like 50th in the row when they sort of place a hold, and all the first 49 are from out of San Francisco. So they're really trying to find ways to prioritize their own communities.
Okay.
Yeah, so it is
and we were
important.
facing that as well. People from out of the area were using our services, right?
Yeah, and
Yes.
we've actually cut back. One of the things we did is, so we do allow people to apply online for library cards, and we started that during COVID, and it's quite standard in most libraries. And we were finding, because we had really good databases and good programs, we were getting people from all around the state applying for cards. And so now what we're doing is only what our consortium area is, which is basically Bay Area libraries. Only people that live in those areas can apply for online cards. Everyone else has to come in. They cannot get a card from us. So, trying to just curb in some reasonable ways.
Yeah, and I mean, and we also, despite the loss of Hoopla and Canada, we still have many still the opportunities to.
We have excellent
Yes,
resources.
yeah.
We're actually looking at a way of possibly getting partial access to Canopy through our Libby overdrive. So we're in the process of talking about how we can do that.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. And then my last comment is about Moby Tech and Kirby, because obviously it's a huge loss that these are not out in the community serving, some of our, our most needy schools without libraries and communities. Is there, and it sounds like it's going to be a while before we can get these up and running, because it sounds they will have to be grant funded if we get them going again. Is there any opportunity to partner with the county or nonprofits or even corporate to use these vans in a way that would maybe support some of their populations? Because it seems like it's going to be a while that these will be parked and then become out of date, and I'm worried about them becoming obsolete before someone can use them. Even if if it was a wash, that would be good. If there was a small fee that we could collect from them, that would be good. But it seems like maybe there's some opportunity out there. I'm wondering if you've looked at that.
Well, we can talk some more to the county. Again, if we want, say, for the county to come in and serve our community, they will expect us to pay
for that.
For example, we did look at, the possibility of consolidating with the county library to see if that would be a lot cheaper. It isn't. It would be almost the same cost as what we are paying for just to run it ourselves. So they would not do it free of charge. Anywhere, any partnership we go into, we are going to have to pay for it. It's not going to be for free.
But what if they've been looking for a bookmobile and we could...
Well, I don't know that we can actually sell it off or give it away. We are in the process.
Lend it.
Yeah, we will certainly look at it. I don't want to say no, but we can look at it. But I don't, it would be hard when you get something as a gift to use it as a fundraising source.
Sure.
But we actually talking to the Martins Foundation also about the possibility of what we can do. But again, it would require us to hire more staff. So
No, it's just a
kind of
lot sitting there. I'm just
yeah.
wondering if maybe there's some other partnerships up there we could get creative with. So.
Absolutely, and we are.
I mean, like Cadango, maybe Cadango might want to use it to, I don't know, anyway, I would appreciate it if, maybe we could get a little creative on that one so that they don't just sit there and go to waste and they're no longer useful. So.
I agree with you. Thank you, and I will continue to explore that.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Adelman.
Councilmember Bonilla.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Director Adelman, for everything you do in our libraries and for your leadership. Our libraries are the heart of our city and they're community hubs, and they're just so much more important than, just what a traditional library is. So I appreciate everything you're doing to keep the services of the library maintained, the staff motivated, and our community served. What I was wondering too is, it's really around Kirby and Moby. What I would like to understand is, what is the staffing amount that would be needed to put those back on the street? Because, city manager, I really see this as an equity issue. When we can't, a lot of the most poor people in our community, the most vulnerable people in our community may not be able to travel to libraries. Their parents are working, they have all these different constraints, and when a library is able to come to them, it creates and it opens up access. And we know that literacy is the gateway to, success in life. So I really want to understand, what will it take to get Kirby and Moby operational again? Are we talking about 20, 30, 40, $50,000? And how do we start to prioritize that as a core service? Because I know that we're talking about these conversations around core services. I still haven't seen a list of core services. I know that you've said here's the community's priorities based off of a community survey. Are we saying that the community's priorities are our core services? And if so, we need to map that even further. And we opened the meeting by saying we've mapped core services to strategic priorities. And I think that that could have been an overstatement as well. So I really do want to understand, what are our core services? Because I think you're hearing from many of us today that we think that Kirby and Moby are a part of core services in our city. So if we're going to be making trade-offs about other services within the city, I want to have those more holistic conversations, because I think the service impacts of that being out in particular is impacting the most vulnerable parts of our young community the hardest. And if there's an opportunity, I noticed that one of the goals is around private funding. Is there an opportunity to, find seed funding to bring in a fundraising consultant to help the library, kind of get some funding here? Because I know other communities, libraries are a very attractive place for donors, but we have to have a strategy in how we outreach to them. Just like when we built the library, right? We reached out to all these donors, we raised all this money. So how are we going to be strategic about this goal around private fundraising, and not just leaving it to the Literacy Council and to the Friends of the Library, but us leaning in to be a little bit more intentional? The same way we're going to provide some funding to DSD to do code enforcement because it's cost recoverable. What if we invest $20,000 in a consultant for the library and they're able to raise $200,000 as part of their contract with us, right? So I really do want us to think really creatively about how we mitigate some of these service impacts that our library is experiencing, because I think it directly is translating into a lack of access to things that the most vulnerable parts of our community need and deserve.
Yeah, thank you for that. We have sort of come up with some preliminary numbers about how much it costs to put Kirby out. Like, say, for each visit is about a 4-hour, we count it as 4 hours. And so we have the cost for that, and then how, if we were going to do it all week, what it would cost. So we are putting together some preliminary numbers, including maintenance, gas, all of those things. And so, yes, we are looking at it, and we are reaching out in the community. I will say our Friends of the Library have just reorganized, so they are in the process. We've got a very motivated group right now, and so they are willing, they're sort of just restructuring, and so I'm hoping that we will be able to achieve some of the things you're talking about. They have talked about hiring a consultant or a professional fundraiser, so some of that conversation has already started, but I will make sure we stay on track, and thank you for the suggestions. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilor Semenya, did I pass you? Okay.
Yeah, no, it's okay, no problem. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the report. So a ballpark figure on Corby, please?
A ballpark figure.
50, 20, 30, 100, a
Well,
million?
say I would just say each 4-hour visit, not counting maintenance or any of those things, is about $1,000.
$1,000 for
Yes.
a 4-hour period?
Yeah, so if you take, on the average, we do 8 to 10 visits per week. That's about, you're talking $8,000 to $10,000 a week. And then you multiply that by 52 weeks.
Okay.
So, well, we don't necessarily go out 52 weeks, but I'm just saying, as a ballpark, yeah, 50,000 would be the starting number. But, there is much more.
Okay,
Then you have to
very
buy
good.
materials, all
Okay.
of that. It's more than that.
Did you hear that, colleague Bonilla? $50,000. So let's start looking. Yeah, okay, all right. A question, do our library commissioners help in any way in looking for grants? I'm sure some of them have connections.
Well, yes and no. They are very supportive of everything we do, but really our fundraising arms are the literacy, Hayward Literacy Plus Council and the Friends of the Library. They're the two.
Right.
Our library commissioners are excellent ambassadors out in the community, getting the word out, helping us, just recruit and things like that. Yeah.
Okay. And when the fat cows return, I would love to see a 7-day
Yeah, well,
library.
you know, as soon as we get past that $30 million gap. Yeah.
Councilmember Sarr.
Thank you for the presentation and helping keep our services functioning despite the deficit. I think we've talked about Kirby a lot. I think you understand the intent to get this program back online. I'm supportive of that. In a similar vein, how are we leveraging community partners to help activate aspects of the library? So, you know, when you say the makerspace has a lot of unscheduled outages or closures, are there community groups that we could partner with to help facilitate and run that? Similar to how we have the resource corner where there's different nonprofits that do office hours on a regular basis. Is there a way for us to, or is this a labor conflict we have to be mindful of? I just want to understand, can we leverage community partners to help us maybe run some of the programs to reduce the burden on staff?
So we use a lot of volunteers. I mean, that I will say we are largely, you know, sort of, we run on volunteers, including the makerspace. However, the makerspace has a lot of dangerous equipment in it. We have to have a staff person in there whenever we are open. So right now we do have some of the students from CSU. We have, you know, student workers, and so we do it, but we have to have a staff member in anytime the makerspace is open.
Okay, thank you. And then similar to what Councilmember Bonilla was saying about having some kind of fundraising position, and this doesn't just apply to the library, but I think at large, when we think about community services and our community agency funding that we had to cut, I think we heard the demand last Tuesday from all the council to want to, or the desire, not the demand, but the desire to want to restore funding for essential community services. Maybe the interim step here is bringing in somebody who is able to fundraise, seek out grants or support grants for the range of services we're offering, library and otherwise, as opposed to, you know, saying we need $1 million back for community agency funding. It's maybe one part-time position that's able to identify grants for these organizations and help them bring in funding. I could bring this up later during the city manager section when you talk about community services, but I do think there's some merit to thinking through, do we have a fundraising strategy as a city for our services? And I guess I'm curious if anyone wants to respond to that.
I can just say really quickly, one of the things is, and I've been doing this for many, many years in my career, most people, large donors, would rather give to a nonprofit than to government. So I can go out and really right now a lot of what we get is I will tell people, because I can give them a tax receipt for donations. I have the IRS form, everything, I can do that. But most people don't want to give to government. They want to give to, and that's why we are so focused on getting our Friends of the Library going, our Hayward Literacy Plus Council going, and really strengthening them, because those are the groups that people are more likely to give large amounts to.
Understood.
If I could just add on the grants, we do have consultants that help us with that, and so that we're able to leverage funds. So we pay some portion to have them help us with that, and we're able to get, you know, millions of dollars of grants. So we do that for grants.
Okay, and that
And I think this is a little different, the library, when you're talking about, but yeah, we absolutely use that strategy for grants.
Okay, those are grants that apply to our own government programs, though, is that correct? Okay, yeah, and I guess what I'm hearing here is, especially, let's use the Friends of the Library for an example. If we had some kind of nonprofit liaison that's ultimately helping make our nonprofits more effective in pursuing their own grant dollars so that it can support the library or the other programs that were dependent on the CAF. I'm just curious if that's an outlet we may explore, because that might be the best bang for buck. We can't provide $1 million in CAF dollars, but we can do, I don't know, $70K to bring in $2 million, because we have somebody who's keeping their eye on this and coaching nonprofits through it. So just an idea. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your hard work.
Yeah, thank you. Okay.
I don't have any questions, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Okay, we have 2 more, you guys. 2 more. And Mr. Roche has 3 he's going to knock out.
That's right. Super efficient.
So, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. So tonight I'm going to be talking about 3 departments that are foundational to the city operations: information technology, finance, and human resources. Each of these departments have absorbed workforce reductions, and I want to share with you what that means in practice as well as impact to operations. First, let's talk about IT. The loss of a support tech has meant that we've had to eliminate in-person tech support at City Hall on Fridays, and staff across the org are waiting longer to get their technology issues resolved for low and medium priority tickets. In finance, they lost their deputy director and a senior accountant. The most visible consequence of that is they're still working to complete their fiscal year 24-25 annual financial report. The silver lining there is that it has created real development opportunities for other staff members and helps build capacity for the future. So I wanted to mention that here. In human resources, they lost a deputy director, a human resources manager, and 2 HR analysts. This represents a significant hit to capacity, and special projects have been delayed and response times have slowed as a result. Next slide, please. So despite these challenges, each of these departments have set meaningful and realistic goals for the next fiscal year. For IT, our priority is building out and promoting the Innovation Assistance Program. The idea is straightforward. If we can use technology to help departments use existing software tools to work more efficiently, then we want to be that strategic partner for each department. Thank you to Director Bowser for the shout out for the projects we're already working on. I know other departments have reached out to us as well. I'm really excited to launch this program and really appreciate everybody's partnership as we move forward. In finance, the goal is to redesign and improve core budget, payroll, and accounting processes, and where possible, leverage IT's new Innovation Assistance Program. This aligns with and speaks directly to the budget lessons discussed earlier today, where better resources and stronger internal controls were mentioned. As for human resources, the focus is on stepping back and really reevaluating what services they offer and how they deliver them. By looking for opportunities to streamline workflows, improve processes, and improve customer service, these all feed into that reevaluation process. With that, taken all together, these 3 departments are modeling the kind of adaptive, resourceful thinking that's needed today, given the realities of our budget. And with that, I'll open up for questions.
I'll be brief. I think with these 3 departments in particular, we had new leadership step up into these roles to help guide us through this process. I just really want to acknowledge that. This is not an easy time to step into these roles. And all of you were very critical in getting this budget booklet before us and this presentation before us today. So I just wanted to say thank you. That hard work does not go unnoticed. And we've just come out of a blitz of negotiations that required all hands on deck to get here. And with IT, I'm really excited for your leadership in this role. I think, as you've heard through multiple departments, how we streamline our processes is going to be critical to delivering the level of high quality service that our residents expect of us at a lower cost. And so I'm really looking forward to seeing, the Innovation Assistance Program rolled out and what you're going to provide for all of our departments. So thank you for this succinct presentation and keep up the good work.
Thank you so much.
I just want to acknowledge again, all the labor partners that helped us get to this point. And I know that Naito and I worked hard on getting this, the public safety on their overtime, and just want to acknowledge that. But you all do a lot of work for all of those departments in order for them to do the work that they need to do for the city. And I know you don't get a lot of kudos. You don't get a lot of people praising IT in the street parties, but we know that you all saved the city when we had a really huge cyber attack, and through these budget cuts, you were able to make sure that our stuff is protected. So I just wanted to acknowledge that, and I appreciate your flexibility. I would say with moving forward, I just have a question. Moving forward, what are some of the things that you all are going to do to continue to be flexible? Like, I'm just thinking about some of the dashboards that I'm hearing being created. That also is very time intensive. So with your reduction of staff, how are you taking on these new data reporting initiatives that I'm hearing from the fire department and development services?
Yeah, so our approach is, it's a collaborative approach, so we try not to overwhelm anybody on our team with those specific efforts. There are 2 people on our team as part of the Innovation Assistance Program, so we're just very careful with their time, not to pull them away from kind of the daily operations that you all are talking about relying on.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you for the compliment, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to thank you for, stepping up at a time when that was really difficult, and you really stepped into the role and have really taken it on, and being the glue, that's holding all these different departments together that we don't even see. It's sort of this thing in the background that, as long as it's working well, then you're doing a great job and we don't notice, and that's awesome. So thank you.
Much appreciated. Thank you so much.
Yeah, including the work. I know you're helping us out on HLAC too for some of the work we're doing with HARD, and so I appreciate that's something extra, and so appreciate what you can do to keep supporting that so we can be streamlined with HARD as well. Yeah, I think that's it. I sort of think of you as Mr. Magoo out there, the person who lays the planks along the way. I know that shows my age, if anyone remembers that reference, but thank you for what you're doing out there.
Thank you so much.
Just to review, I'm that old. It was before my time, but my parents watched it. Anyone? No? Okay. Thank you, Dean.
Director Hilbert.
She remembered. She's gone. I'm gonna send you all the cartoons you love.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
But Mayor, I had my hand up. I
I'm
also just
sorry.
wanted,
Councilmember Bonilla.
it's okay.
Yeah, my bad.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have any questions. I just wanted to comment and say thank you so much. I mean, these departments are so instrumental to running the city. Nothing would get done without these three departments. I mean, they're the backbone to everything. When you think about how digitally and technology enabled everything is in the city, you know, IT is the enabler behind that. You know, nothing gets done without it getting paid for, which is our finance department. And they have just been a Herculean team this year. And human resources, we talk about being a service-oriented organization. Everything in Hayward gets done through people. And our human resources team is the team that does the care and the feeding of our people that then do the care and the feeding and the service to our community. So just wanted to really thank the department leaders in these areas, because I know oftentimes you guys are the ones behind the scenes, but behind the scenes and behind the curtain is oftentimes what makes everything happen, and these three departments do. So thank you so much for enabling everything else in the city to happen.
Very much appreciated. Thank you so much.
And everyone shares your appreciation, Councilmember. Thank you.
I think Chicago does as well. Chicago to Hayward.
Our last I can't even talk right now. Our last presenter is the appointed officers, which is city manager, city attorney, and city clerk. And I think the city clerk was the one that pulled the short straw. And she's the one that's going to report on all three.
Actually, were you planning? Oh, no, actually, we could.
For those who can't see, there's a thing going on right now.
No, is that okay? Good evening, Mayor, council members. So I'm actually speaking on behalf of City Attorney Lawson and I guess City Manager Ott. So the slide, we could go to the considerations and service impacts. So the slide highlights how departments are adapting operations in response to ongoing budget challenges and staff reductions. We have the details in the budget book. So with the city manager's office, the office is restructuring the community services division and admin functions to maintain core services despite workforce reductions and the loss of community agency funding. In terms of the city attorney's office is concentrating on proactive risk management strategies to help minimize insurance cost increases while also sharing staffing resources with finance to offset position reductions. The city clerk's office is sustaining passport program operations and related revenue generation with limited staffing by leveraging shared staffing support from the city manager's office. So overall, the departments are continuing to collaborate, streamline operations, and identify efficiencies to maintain service levels during challenging conditions. If we could go to the next slide, please, to talk about key goals for FY 2027. So the major priorities, City Manager's Office will manage the potential business license tax measure and implementation, of course, if approved by the voters. City Attorney's Office will strengthen in-house legal capacity to reduce reliance on outside counsel. City Clerk's Office will administer the by-district municipal election. This is going to be our first by-district election, and that will include voter outreach and election coordinations consistent with state requirements. So together, these goals support operational efficiency, legal compliance, and effective public service delivery. And with that, Mayor, happy to answer any questions and to defer to the City Attorney's Office or City Manager's Office for any questions.
Thank you. Just on the question of the restructuring of the Community Services Division, would you mind speaking to what you mean by that?
Yeah, we don't have any permanent proposals right now, but we did have a staff depart. We had Amy Cole Bloom depart, and with the current budget situation, so it more than half actually of the Community Services Division is paid for the staffing out of the general fund, and so we are using this as an opportunity just to kind of streamline their staffing, and so that's just right now while they have fewer grants to administer, and we can reevaluate that moving forward.
So is the thought here that we're reevaluating it currently, or are we restructuring? Is there not going to be a division anymore? I just want to understand, what does this mean?
Yeah, so what's happening right now is that actually Dr. Emily Young from Youth and Family Services Office is on special assignment to help us with homelessness strategy, and because there's a lot of overlap between that and the work that she does with the county on mental health. And so she's working with one of the individuals in community services on that. And then we have, and then Emily Wong, who you guys all saw present last week, is also on special assignment to help sort of coordinate the role with the CSC and with paratransit.
Okay, understood. Did you have?
Yeah.
Yeah, and even though it seems like we're kind of splitting things up, similar to the finance department, I think this has created an opportunity for different folks in the office to step up, and so it's given people some stretch assignments and special assignments, and so I think so far, I mean, we're learning and evolving, and we're still monitoring it, but I think it's gone well, and that we're allowing people to kind of try some new positions. So
okay.
Yeah. Sorry, I know we're really late, but I will say that there's been a desire, I think this whole time, to have the Youth and Family Services Bureau work more closely with community services, really understand how we can work together there, and similarly to have the work that Zakabadi does coordinated with that office. So we're sort of trying out some things right now and seeing,
Okay, yeah, no, I love the spirit of innovation. I just wanted to understand what this new structure was looking like.
So that's the plan.
And then kind of along a similar vein, it's tough when a city manager's office is combined with the other two council-appointed officer role, because I want to get a little bit more into the weeds around our communication strategy and also our economic development strategy. So, we're not going to have time to get into updates there, but I would love to understand, what is economic development focusing on as their high-level goals? And then we've heard a few times, as programs are changing so rapidly because of budget cuts, how are we communicating these things? Like illegal dumping, and knowing that people have the ability to do bulk removal. Do we have a strategy where every month, every water bill has a new message attached to it, right? Like, do we have a plan to use our pre-existing, it sounds like Development Services has a streamlined violation thing. Do we want to put a city-related message in that violation envelope as well? Like, sorry, we're hitting you with this fine, but FYI, here's a cool service you might not be aware of. I mean, what are the opportunities for us to better communicate these changes with our residents so the word's getting out there and we're not blindsiding folks? I hope at some point we can talk about economic development and community services. I am curious about what the game plan is for those divisions, even though they're not formal departments, as well as community services, but I was happy that we had a chance to talk about it here. So I don't know if you want to speak a little bit to either of those, but I just wanted to flag that.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely, when we've done internal kind of employee engagement, also there's a lot of desire for greater communication internally too. So, and we do a lot of great work communications wise, but I was just communicating with Chuck Finney, our community relations, right, about the illegal dumpings. We both wrote that down and we're communicating. So I think that's a great opportunity for us to do more. But we're happy to have more conversations. We're looking, one of the things, when we get kind of post-crisis a little bit, is to really look at our internal communications too, ways that, more for me, to communicate more with employees and how we get employees engaged too. So I think we can definitely come back and answer more questions about that. Yes, and the parking outreach, I had mentioned it before, but just to make sure everyone understands that we'd already had a communications strategy outlined, and I mean, we got some good feedback, so we'll do more on the residents, but we were planning on doing the kind of hands-on business engagement in May, and then more community outreach, but I'm happy to, so we are, have lots of good strategies, but we want to do more. On ED, we do have a couple programs that were just rolled out, new programs that were just rolled out to the Council Economic Development Committee, Community Economic Development Committee of the Council. But two new programs. One is Hayward Amplified, which is a program to really encourage to do competitive grants for businesses that can purchase equipment that can be used for programming. So like, DJ or actually pay for DJs or other things to kind of really try to encourage kind of more experiential equipment or programming in our downtown, so that we're trying that new program. That's one of their main goals. And then we're also, something we've done before in the past, which is doing kind of visits of our major businesses. We haven't done that for a little bit, and so we're kind of revamping that and really trying to do, I think they're calling it Hayward Pulse, or Pulse Hayward, but they're, sorry, obviously economic development, not my strength, but, so we will have a whole plan of trying to actually engage the council as well, and doing more visits and being more proactive about reaching out to our businesses and talking to them. So those are two new programs that they're really focused on right now. And then those are kind of new or revamped programs.
Thank you for that update. And yeah, I just also wanted to commend Paul, our Chief Economic Development Officer. There's been a significant growth of businesses attracted to the downtown. So I just wanted to acknowledge that in this meeting too, because that helps us generate revenue and create new experiences for our residents. Thank you. And jobs, yeah. Thank you, City Clerk Lenz, and please pass my thank you to City Attorney Lawson, and you as well, just for the work that you've done to help keep this city afloat during this difficult time. You are the leadership that we rely on to make sure the city's operating for the benefit of our residents. And so I'll just leave it at that because it's getting quite late and I'm fading myself. But yeah, thank you very much.
That's me. Thank you. Right. Thank you, everyone, for all the work you're doing in these departments. I just want to address one at a time. In the city manager's office, I know you have a big heavy lift with this business license tax coming up. It's going to be almost a year's worth of work, right? That's going to happen. And then, hopefully passes and we can sort of go back to other projects. And speaking of one of them is Access Hayward, because I believe that was in the city manager's office. And I'm wondering, has that work in reimagining it or streamlining or whatever, is that work continuing, or is that all on hold right now?
No, actually, there are close to weekly meetings. I also want to give IT credit for that. They're in those meetings. And so we do have some reports. We're trying to get through budget, and this is actually on the docket for this summer. So
great. Okay. So some of the work is continuing.
And some of it's already happened. For example, I also want to give police department credit. That was one of our biggest areas where we had some backlog, and we had, is it Sergeant or Lieutenant Cosgrove? Where is Brian? Lieutenant Cosgrove come in and really help streamline some efforts around parking for illegal vehicles, and they were able to clear out a ton of tickets and get that back to where it needed to be. So there's been work, we just haven't told the story. So we'll work on telling that story.
Yeah, great. I was actually out at a community meeting, one of the mobile home parks, and they were so complimentary about Access Hayward. They really felt like it was constantly responsive to them. And
I would love to come to that meeting with you next time.
Next time, I will invite you. They would love to have you there. I'll invite you. I will invite. So yeah, anyway, thank you. And thank all of our city manager team. Everybody is new at this point, and mostly, you're not new, but new in your role. And I just appreciate the way everyone has pivoted and sort of taken leadership and gone forward. I think there's a lot more confidence in the city because of the new leadership. So appreciate it. In the city attorney's office, I want to ask: Is City Attorney Lawson on, or are you here to answer a question? Okay. City Attorney Lawson, thank you. I know you put one of the goals as not as sort of streamlining to potentially not use as many outside counsel, and I wanted to ask you about that because it did seem for a while though that there were certain issues that would come before the city attorney's office, that there was sort of a kind of not a knee-jerk, but maybe a policy to use outside counsel for whatever reason, conflicts of interest or something like that. And so I just wanted to ask, how you're going to go forward with that, and what effect will that have with trying to reduce our reliance on outside counsel, because obviously it's a huge cost to the city.
It's a really good question, but, as indicated in our goals for fiscal 27, and given the fact that we've suffered a 50% loss in our department as of June 30th of this year, we have to do more with less. We are a no-nonsense group of lawyers committed to public service. And I think this last year has been a real test in not only how we manage, high-level conflict, but also how we engage in appropriate due diligence with our clients, you, the council, as well as with outside counsel. I think we've learned a lot. I think we're gonna put that into practice as we move forward into fiscal 27.
All right, thank you. Did you say 50% loss in your staff, or was that, can you clarify that? You didn't lose 50% of your attorneys, right?
Support staff.
Oh, I see. Okay, so you had, okay, okay. All right, thank you. Yeah, then it sounds like, yeah, thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it. All right, thank you, City Attorney Lawson. I appreciate that, that clarification on that. And I hope that that's something you're able to achieve as far as a goal for 27. Thank you. And then finally to City Clerk Lenz, thank you for everything you've done to try to, move us into district elections and everything you're going to have to do with this coming election to make that streamline. Appreciate the work you're doing with Les as well. So thank you.
I was just going to make a comment that the last Council Economic Development Committee, I think that's right? Yeah. Okay. I think so. Right. Yeah. Yes, staff did a really good presentation on the economic development programs that they're working on now. So I definitely suggest you all read the minutes or watch it just in context of Mayor Pro Tem Syrup's question. I know that those projects that were mentioned, Hayward Amplified and Hayward Pulse, those two, are those also anticipated for the next fiscal year or for the next fiscal year as well?
They're getting started now, but we'll roll into next year.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
Okay. Councilmember Bonilla, anything?
Just a special thanks to, our city manager. She has come in here and just really rocked this. And one of my colleagues have said, your professionalism and the way that you're handling everything and leading us is really helping the community regain confidence in a system that, they thought was broken. So thank you so much for everything, City Manager Ott, for all of what you bring to the city. And City Clerk Lenz, you're so flexible with us. You're an expert at what you do, and just thank you for that. And City Attorney Lawson, just really appreciate everything you do for us too. And, as you look at sort of reimagining how you provide your services under these cost constraints, just really appreciate the focus on maximizing, your internal capacity and relying less on external and outside counsel. So it just really goes to show that when we come together as a team, there's no challenge that we can't accomplish. But City Manager, I want to really just acknowledge your leadership in this, because with you at the helm of the city, you've really brought a lot of stability and just forward progression to us when we thought we were spinning for a while. So thank you so much.
He's a keeper.
She's a keeper. That's a good one.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that was the last presentation of the night.
We do have 2 slides on next
And
steps.
we have 2 slides next. And I was told,
I'm going to make it very fast.
I
Sorry.
was told at the beginning of the meeting that these were going to be the fastest slides of the night.
They are. Great. I just want to make sure you can go to the next slide. You know what's coming up. So May, we will be taking all your feedback tonight. We'll be taking feedback from departments as we go through. And if there are any corrections or other things, we'll be updating the budget over the course of May. And then come back to you June 2nd, not only to recommend adoption of the operating and capital improvement program budgets, but also to ask you to put the business license tax modernization measure on the ballot and call for the election. And then November, we'll obviously see what happens in that election. And in December, just in the interest of staying on top of our fiscal situation, hold another budget work session, see how we're doing with the new fiscal year, see how the election went and evaluate that. And then something we'd like to do, again, getting back to a normal, is to hold a strategic roadmap priority setting workshop in early next year. So we're targeting that to really regroup on our priorities and our work plan and engage you in that new year. So that's it. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. I do want to end on something. Tonight was, it was a long night. But just some of the big themes that I heard tonight. One, we are certainly working through this. We are in tough times right now. We are marching through with a very focused and a very deliberative plan. And so I wanted to thank staff for their thoughtfulness and their very careful articulation of sort of what we're doing and how we're moving forward. I saw confidence. I saw, I saw honesty and transparency tonight. And so I wanted to say that. I also saw tonight over and over, it was mentioned in almost every department, in every department, that there is a deep sense of gratitude and appreciation for all of our labor groups throughout the entire organization. When I came here in 2010, we were in the middle of another economic situation, and our labor groups all came together and they all chipped in, and we were able to get out of a situation that perhaps would have been very, would have been even worse if they had not stepped up and contributed to the economic situation. And here we are again, we find ourselves in this situation today, and all of our labor groups stepped up, forgave COLAs, and are committed to what we do next in the next fiscal year, in the next fiscal year and in the preceding one. On behalf of the council, I really want to say thank you to all of our labor partners. I don't know if I can name them off the top of my head. 1909, POA, SEIU, HAME, 21, HPMU, the management, the appointed officers, everybody across the entire organization. We would not be having the conversation that we are having tonight if it wasn't for all of you, from the lowest paid to the highest paid. Everybody in this organization is doing something, and everyone in this organization is working towards improving everything that we do. So I just wanted to say thank you for that. I wanted to thank staff for all of their work. I wanted to thank the executive team for preparing everything that they did tonight. I wanted to thank the city clerk's office for another good dinner. Thank you very much. And again, I wanted to thank the council for your discipline, your steadiness, and your carefulness. So with that said, have a good night, safe travels.
Thank you.
And we'll see everyone at the next council meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, meeting adjourned.
Thank you.